take this opportunity, however, to suggest that we all hail heroic. Oh, that's all I'm saying.
Forgive me, Doctor. I'm receiving a number of distress calls. I don't doubt it.
Y'all remember to tip your waitresses. Have a mighty fine night.
You come in peace, surrender or be destroyed. Here to make war, we surrender. All good, important news are giving you peace.
When the appointed hour arrives, the Marauders will deactivate their cloaking devices and begin transporting Klingon shock troops directly to the landing zone.
Landing zone? Where? Tell me.
Why not? Your feeble weapons will be useless against us. We will kill all your males and take your females to matehood.
All right. Now the Federation's taking over, whether you like it or not. You people, you've been running this planet like a cheap-work factory. From now on, it's going to be under one roof. You're going to run it like a business. That means you're going to make a profit.
Look at these 3 words written larger than the rest, with a special pride never written before or since. Tall words, proudly saying, "We the people."
Hi, I'm Nicole DeBoer. I played Lieutenant Ezri Dax on DS9, and I welcome you to Birdo Prey 5 channel. Hail Karoga.
Hello world, it's Birdo Prey 5, Kapla. This is an unexpected stream. I've been laying in bed for 2 hours, tossing, not turning so much because I can't do that, but tossing and tossing some more. I knew something was wrong. The force, I could feel it. Something was wrong in the universe. I didn't know what. I finally, about an hour ago, half hour ago, decided to stop fighting it. Woke up, well, sat up, opened my laptop, checked to see what was the latest YouTube videos. And there it was. There it was. President Trump and the First Lady have the virus. Wow. Apparently the news spread about 1:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Already on all the forums I visit, people are already, as you would expect, people are already from the very first minute that he posted the tweet, there were vile comments. There are people making jokes. I don't mind the people making jokes because, listen, humor is one way to deal with a hard situation. And there are people who are giving, heartfelt. And even if they're not heartfelt, if they're at least giving a get well soon or something, it's commendable. You disagree with the guy, but it's commendable. If you say, I don't want to see him get sick. I don't want to, God forbid, see him die. I give credit to where credit is due for a lot of those people. But there are an awful lot of people out there who are not being so kind. Now, we saw it a little bit when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died. There were people on my side, which side I'm on my side, who I thought were a little too upbeat when they got the news. But I'll tell you what, the president wasn't one of them. We saw his off-the-cuff remarks. He hadn't been told. He was told live on camera what had happened. He took a second to compose himself, and he made a very, I thought, heartfelt and touching remarks about late Ruth Bader Ginsburg right on the tarmac as he was told it happened. He didn't crack a smile. He didn't do anything but act and look probably the most presidential he ever looked in his life. Man, this is going to blow up the internet. And the thing is, there are people like, oh, the election is over already. Trump lost. There are other people like Trump won. We don't know what's going to happen. Okay. We don't know if the guy, if he's ever going to develop symptoms. He had no symptoms as of yet that we're aware of. He might be one of those people that don't even get symptoms. Same for Melania. Same for Melania. We don't know. Now he's an older man. He has some pre-existing. Well, he claims he doesn't have pre-existing conditions, but I'd have to guess he has some pre-existing conditions. This is not the right demographic to get it. It's not, obviously nobody wants to get it, but Jesus Christ, it is not good, not good when we get it. And thank you guys all so much who showed up early today. Yes, I didn't get to stream last night. I didn't get up my Lower Decks review, and chances are I'm not going to get it up today. But the Lower Decks review, well, whatever. Marlena, welcome. Marlena says, get well soon, Mr. President and FLOTUS and Hi Bird. Kapla, Marlena. Thank you. And yes, we wish the president and FLOTUS, and they traced it back to somebody who was flying with him on Air Force One and Marine One, a speedy recovery. And I said, good morning. And Marlena said, good morning. And Mountains of Elysium says, hail Karoga, hail Karoga. 14, you're up early. Yes, 14, I call it, I don't know what, but my bird sense was off this morning. I knew something wasn't right. Something big was happening, and I shouldn't even have waited as long as I did. I should have got up a little sooner. JP says, morning, Berg. Good morning, JP. Mountains of Elysium says, greetings, Birdo Pray, Mamo Pray, Sisso Pray, Chico Pray, and fellow. Yes, thank you. And yes, actually, Sisso Pray and Chico Pray, aka Nephew of Pray, are in the house. I heard Nephew of Pray talking, not talking, but baby talking, which means like crying on and off for the last couple of hours. So I assume they are awake. Mount Elysium says, since I missed it the other evening, greetings to Sassy, chaser of Endorians, eater of Paklets, stalker of Klingons, defiler of Vulcans, and the scourge of Cardassia. Aru, thank you. Thank you, Mountains of Elysium. JP says, morning all. Welcome, JPs. Jeff Franklin says, good morning, Jeff. Fortian says, hello, Birdo Pray, it's World, Kapla. Thank you, Fortian. Yitza says, wub. Marlena says, bird, knew it. I get these feelings sometimes. I don't know what. It scares me. It worries me, but it happens with big events and close friends and family. But you get this feeling. Ensign Ricky, sup, Ensign Ricky. And I'm going to give out the link to the panel in just a minute. 14 Barbara says, months ago we said he would worry about catching it on Air Force One. Yes, I mean the amount of travel he does, it is certainly a number one risk. He obviously he could have said, "Hey, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to stay in the White House and not go." But even his inner circle gets tested every day. But there's the thing about tests. They're negative until they're not. And you can still spread it while you're testing negative, apparently. So, I tell you, of all the things, Joe Biden's wife doesn't look so crazy this morning wearing her mask at the debate. Forza Jersey says, Bird of Prey, crazy times. Biden and Pelosi are suspected to be exposed too. Well, listen, they're all exposed. I mean, Biden is exposed because he was at the debate. Chris Wallace was exposed. Everybody, I mean, thousands of people are probably exposed because of president being exposed, being positive. But exposed does not always equal, that you're going to get it. In fact, the vast majority of those people will not get it just because they were exposed. But yeah, we're going to have to see. We're going to have to see. I would assume, I don't know, but I would hope Mike Pence has been kept away from Trump for a while, just for the country's sake. Not that I'd be a big Pence fan, but for continuity of government's sake. The Fed Doc, thank you so much, with an Australian $5 super chat. Says Nicole DeBoer still looks quite good. Something for you, Bird, even if you are delving into politics. Hope you feel better for the Shishland. I don't know that word, the Fed Doc, but thank you so much. And yeah, I'm trying not to get too political, but I mean, it's the president has the virus, so gotta say something. Marlena says a couple of my colleagues cheered already. Disgusting. Yeah, that's tough. That's going to be hard to deal with. It's going to be hard to deal with for Trump supporters for a while, but you know what? Just let it be. Some of them are afraid. Some of them are just bad people, but some of them are just afraid. They don't know what to do. They don't know what to say. They're looking at their friends. They're looking at their Twitter followers and their Instagram followers to see, oh, what should I do? And then they go ahead and, will do as the monkey does. And so some of them don't mean it. A lot of them do, but not all of them. I'm going to give many a people a day to come to their senses and see what they're still saying tomorrow. I mean, just looking at Twitter, the first person that I saw was this community's own Robert Meyer Burnett. And granted, Robert Meyer Burnett is a much bigger celebrity, much bigger channel than me, but he comes to shows. I mean, anti-trekkers talked with him. He comes on Nerdrotic. He I think is part of our community, but he was one of the first people that I saw under it that says you can't test positive for a hoax on Twitter. That was his response. I mean, Robert Meyer Burnett's a good guy, but he is a big anti-Trumper, and so you gotta let people get this out of their system. The Fed Doc says, same here. They were Aussies, quite distasteful. I'm sorry to hear that, Fed Doc. I'll be honest. I don't think there's any government leader in the world outside the United States that I would make anything but a get well soon reference to, other than a certain dictator in a certain Korea. Other than that, I don't think I'd have any strong feelings on any other world's leader except get well soon. If I heard this. Yosef says, but how? He has the best immunity, the greatest immunity. I've also seen tweets from a Dem wishing him a speedy recovery. And yes, there are some tweets wishing him a speedy recovery. And to be honest, Yosef, I know it's a joke, but it is a question of how. I mean, literally everybody he is with is literally tested, I believe, every day, perhaps multiple times a day. Everybody who flies on the Air Force One with him, everybody who flies on Marine One, everybody who is anywhere within his breathable air zone is tested all the time, as is he, I'm sure. So I'd say they caught it early. I'm kind of curious what he's going to do. Is he going to take medication? Is he going to take, will he be public with it? Is he going to take the meds that the hydrochloroquine, whatever? Is he going to take the other stuff? Is he going to use the blood, the blood plasma therapy? I hope they're public with us. I hope they're upfront with us about what he may do. Again, if he needs it, he might not develop symptoms. It's always a possibility. But I tell you what, basically, this is the debate is over. There's not going to be another debate, I would guess. Best case scenario, he doesn't get symptoms and he tests negative in 14 he tests negative, starts testing negative in a few days, and he goes 2 weeks quarantine. At least the second debate is gone, and likely the third. Now, the next debate is scheduled is the VP debate, but at this point, I would say that's going to have to be probably off the table. I would guess Mike Pence has got to go into bunker mode. He's got to be not separated, but virtually quarantined, kept away from everyone and everything, just so that he can't possibly get the virus. So I don't think there's a debate. If there is a debate, it might be a Zoom debate. As for Trump, if he wants to have any chance of winning, he's going to have to keep making videos or something to get his message out there, show that he's okay. And God forbid he really does end up sick. I don't know what he's going to do. Forza says, Bird of Prey, may they all recover swiftly. Absolutely, Forza. Thank you. Yitza says, which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? We got a lot of chats. Ensign Ricky says, I don't think this outbreak will stop just at the POTUS and the First Lady. Hicks has it, and many others were exposed to. This could be bigger than we think. Many of the politicians are at age risk. Absolutely. Marlena says, now let's hope poor Biden doesn't get it. Absolutely. I do not want to see Biden get this. This would be terrible for him. Yes. Well, I don't want to see Biden get it. And I said it already. Joe Biden's wife, now I thought she was nuts for going on stage with a mask at the debate. Nope, not so much anymore. Not so much. JP says, I don't know how to feel about it, really. He's the president. He's not immune from anything. And I just find it a little ironic, somewhat comical. And you know what? He deserves to get a little bit blasted. He has been playing it fast and loose, as you will. He's been tempting fate, going to rallies every day with 25, 30,000 people, people in the audience. And granted, they're outdoor and he's keeping distance, but tempting fate every single day. I almost thought that he was Superman, that he wasn't getting it. It's ridiculous that somebody could fly that much and travel that much and meet so many people and not get it. I mean, it actually gave me hope that it wasn't nearly as bad as it was being made out to be. But, and the fact that it took him this long to get it is it's still something worth noting. But there is the other option. There is the other possibility, a false positive. Now, I would hope that they tested him 3-4 times before they released this info. But let's just say he got a test. You know, I don't know how often they test him, maybe every 6 hours. I don't know. But he got a test. It came back positive. Well, and then his wife got one too and came back positive. And he tweeted this out. But let's say the next test isn't positive. Let's say he does 3 more tests and they're all negative. I'm just saying, he could come out, oh, it was a false positive. And then what? He's got thousands and thousands of messages from people who didn't wish him well. I know that's getting to the line of a theory that's conspiratorial in nature. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I don't think it's true, but you gotta wonder sometimes with the 4D chess going on. He just said that he tested positive. He didn't say anything else. Yitzi says if Biden gets it, they can blame Trump. Yeah, well, I mean, honestly, is it his fault if he didn't know he had it? I guess. I mean, they're going to trace the line for sure. Aberjam says bulk of vulnerability group is 85 and up. They account for about 98%. If that is a true statistic, Aberjam, I guess that's good to know. It's not one I've heard before, but I have no reason to doubt it. Mountains of Elysium says, fellow nerds, greetings. The Fed Doc says, it's odd. When I saw Nephew Prey, Marion Brando came to mind. Mama Prey saying, wow. She just put that together. She's seeing it now. She's seeing it now in the picture she took. Mama Prey took a picture of me with Nephew Prey that she has been extremely proud of. She has said it's the only good picture she has taken in her life. Now, I know for a fact that is not true. She has taken good pictures in her life before, but I will show this picture. I'm not sure if I put it up. I'm not sure if I put it up on YouTube. I think I did. I think I put it on my YouTube community section, but I suspect many of you don't really check the community section since you don't usually get notifications of it. But let's see. I mean, I don't, well, whatever. Here we go. Copy image address. There we go. Okay. We're gonna go from Twitter for a second. We're gonna share a different screen, a different tab. So this is the picture Mama Prey is quite fond of, and she's thinking in that picture, that's the one that she is seeing it in the face. Right, Mom? This is this is the picture. So I don't know. Maybe. Okay, let's Let's go back to Twitter just so we have something up on the screen because I don't like the way it looks. Like, I wish StreamYard would make me be able to make my box smaller. It just, anyway. Man, that tweet is blowing up like it should be. Resolute Germ says, I'm going to bet on Trump on this one. I will too, Resolute, but man, is it some big news to digest at 4:30 in the morning? I heard it. Joseph Patrick with a €2 super chat. Thank you so much, Joseph. Says, good morning, bird. Do not catch the worm. I hope not, Joseph. I hope not. The early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. It's always something to remember. Average says, I'm sure there are already plenty of SJW twit twats on Twitter wishing, yes, bad things on him. I'm sure there are. We're not going to specifically go looking for him, but we are going to see what people are saying. The Fed doc says Shishland. The first word pre-land refers to Turtistan. I get it now. I get it. Thank you. Good spelling, the Fed doc. Down with Turtistan. Marlena says, Aberjam, avoid Twitter at all costs. Oh, definitely. Avoid. This is the Federation president saying, avoid Twitter at all costs. Save your energy. Save yourselves. Avoid Twitter at all costs. As I say, as I have Twitter up. Aberjam says, I do. Lol. You know what? There should be a new Star Trek movie. Like if they do Star Trek 4 in the JJ verse, where they have to go back in time and stop social media from being invented because it destroys the timeline. For Teen Barbara says, let's not get too political, but God bless the president and allow him at least one more term. Wow. Oh, 14, you got me, 14. You got me. And he puts in the emoji for US flag. But of course, YouTube, in their wisdom, took away all the flags. They took away all the flag emojis because of, I don't know, racism. Resolute Germ says, even with his age and health, Trump has an extremely good chance of recovering. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And we should remember that. We should certainly remember that this is not, this is not a death sentence. Ace Mr. Freeze says, I can't sleep. How are you doing, Bop? Well, I couldn't sleep either, Ace Mr. Freeze. I was tossing and tossing and tossing some more. And then I got up to this news. But I personally am doing good. Thank you, Mama Pray as well, Ceci as well. And I believe Sister Pray and Nephew Pray are well in the bedroom on the other side of the house. So I think we are all well. Thank you. Yitza says RMB having a bit of that TDS. Yeah, he does. He does. Marlena says, "Sigh, Trump never called the virus a hoax." Yeah, I know. And you see, this is what people don't get. And you might say, "Oh, he did call it a hoax." No, what he called a hoax was the media response to the virus, not the virus itself. But it gets conflated. It's like the people even yesterday. It was like everybody's like, why doesn't he denounce white supremacists? He's never denounced white supremacy. Guys, I found at least 2 videos where he specifically denounced white supremacy. Okay, I put him on the Bird of Prey 5X channel. Actually, I kept him unlisted because I only needed to post them to a couple of pages. But he has certainly denounced white supremacy by name many a times. And it's like, well, what's the point? How many more times is he going to say it before he's never, it doesn't matter how many times he says it. The media is never going to claim he says it. The Fed doc says food for thought with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, the Fed doc, $5 Australian super chat. Food for thought. What if World War III in track happens because of the excesses of social media? Scary thought, ain't it? It could be. It could be. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, maybe. Nassim Shanwar, Kaplan Nassim, says, Robert is only stating the irony of Trump's contradictions. Well, you see, if he had ever called the virus a hoax, that would be it would be true, but he never called the virus a hoax. He called the media response to uh, the virus a hoax, and that's just a matter of opinion. But a matter of fact, he never called the virus a hoax. He knew it was a serious virus, and it was why he tried to ban uh, ban travel from certain countries as early as he did. Oh, Mamo Pray is giving me a morning temperature check, 95.7. I think that's a little low. Let me take it myself. 97.1. That's my norm. Okay. She was a little far away. Ace, Mr. Freeze, it's nice of you to say, let them get out of their systems. Very patient. We've got to. We got to, Ace, Mr. Freeze, because I'll tell you what. If we don't let them get out of their systems, what's the point? There's not going to be enough of them left. We have friends. I have friends on both sides of the issue. I have family members on both sides of the issue. And, I personally am very against cancel culture. I always have been, and I hope I always will be. And that's a two-way street. Okay? It means I don't want to cancel. I don't want to cancel, a random person who says a terrible thing, whether I agree with them or not, for any reason. And that goes to a big celebrity, and that goes to friends, and it goes to family, and it goes to just normal people. Okay, I don't want to cancel someone from my life because they said one thing. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to cancel one person from my life because they did a bad thing necessarily. If they show remorse and I have, I can find some reason for why they did it other than being a complete and total psychopath, I'm willing to listen. I don't want to throw away relationships. I don't want to throw away loved ones. I don't want to throw away friends. I will give them some time to get it out of their system, to think better of it. I get it. And you got to do that. And if we don't do that, then what's the point? We're going to end up completely divided, completely at each other's, and we're going to all end up dying alone. It's like, no, nobody can live up to perfect expectations. So I don't expect them to. Ace Mr. Freeze's people are not as responsible as they claim. I would say that's true for some people. I don't know, maybe a lot. I'm not really sure what the going is with that. Marlena says, Nassim, again, Trump never called it a hoax. Yeah, it's one of those things that gets repeated and repeated, and people think it's true. Forza says, Bird of Prey, in late 1968 to 69, there was a bad flu pandemic. Prez Johnson was very sick with that flu. A cabinet member, Dulles, died, and they named Dulles Airport after him. History repeats itself. Well, we hope it doesn't repeat itself, Forza, completely. But if they want to name Newark Airport or something after Trump, I would say Kennedy or LaGuardia, but they're already named after people. So I don't know. If they want to name an airport after Trump, I know Reagan already has an airport in D.C. I don't know. Where would be a suitable airport to name after Trump if they ever want to? I'd be all for it, but I doubt that's ever going to happen unless he builds his own airport. The Fed doc says, I personally don't understand it. I dislike Biden as a person, yet pity him. An old man uses a tool. Same with Ginsburg. Feels like your Democrats lack so much as to rely on. No. It's kind of weird for a party that is so popular with the young people that they keep electing the oldest people. Like it was between Biden and Bernie Sanders at the end. They had a slew of younger people. Buttigieg, whether you agreed with him or not, Buttigieg, Tulsi Gabbard, who is like the best Democrat ever. I honestly, if she ran, I would have had to think about it. If she had won the Democrat nomination, I would have had to at least think about my vote this year. I mean, these amazing set of younger people, next generation people, maybe 2 generations removed from Biden and Bernie Sanders and Trump, but the Democrats, it comes down to literally the 2 oldest people I believe running, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden. How does that happen? How does a party that is so about diversity and all this other stuff, it comes down to the 2 oldest white men they have running? I don't understand it. And yeah, I understand why you don't understand it, the Fed doc, because I'll tell you, as an American, I don't understand it. But that's what happened. I don't know. As for Ginsburg, she was doing what she loved. She was doing what she loved. And she did it to the very last moment she could. And that is her right as a Supreme Court justice. It was her right. And I say more power to her. Ginsburg, unfortunately, she got cancer. She got bad cancer. And the fact that she was able to put up a fight for so long is freaking amazing. Got to give her props. Like I said, don't agree with her politically on most things, but I got to give her props. And I got to tell you, that's why Scalia and her were good friends, even though they were opposites. They were good friends. You don't have to agree with people to be friends with them, to respect them. And that's what we need more of. RGB disagreed with her politically, but will be one of the most remembered Supreme Court justices of all time, and she deserves it. Jeff Franklin pulled a Yosef. I don't know what that means, Jeff. You got a nice European accent and you adopted 12 cats. I'm not sure. Yitzi says could very well be a clever ploy. Time I tell. I hope. I don't know. I want to say on one hand, I hope it is because I hope he's not sick. On the other hand, I kind of hope it's not because, man, that's shitty. That's shitty. Even for a 4D crazy chess player like Trump. But he didn't technically lie. If the test came back positive and it's positive, the only problem here is that the chances mathematically of both him and his wife getting 2 false positives are like 1 in a bajillion. 1 false positive is like 1 in, I don't know, 100 or 1 in 50 maybe. Not unheard of by any means. But 2 false positives, that is like getting, 100 heads in a row flipping quarters. Anson Ricky says second debate is 15th of October. There's a chance he can 2-week this and still make debate. Anson Ricky, would you want to go into a debate with somebody who tested positive for COVID 14 days ago? Because I wouldn't. And I tell you damn sure Joe Biden's not going to do it. And he shouldn't. I'd be total. Listen, if Donald Trump says I don't have it, I still want to debate, and Joe Biden says no, I will respect Joe Biden's choice because that's bullshit. Okay, they could do a virtual debate if they want to, and then I know Trump was pissed that they wanted to cut off his mic at the next debate. But if you got to do a virtual debate, do a virtual debate. In fact, I would be all for giving each candidate a question, a hard, 3-minute timer that once the 3-minute ends, they get cut off. Both sides, equal time, 100% equal time. The counter clocks their time. They both get, what's an hour and a half debate. They both get 45 minutes of time in 3-minute increments or whatever. Do it. Perfect. I'd love it. It's completely fair. And if you got to do it that way, do it that way. I think there's real positives to doing a debate that way. It's not going to be the same in entertainment value for us, but it's not the end of the world. We'll hope. I mean, this is going to be the next 2 weeks. Could be. I thought election day was going to be the craziest 2 weeks. This could be the craziest 2 weeks of the year. Jesus Christ, 2020. The asteroid might come. The asteroid might come. Jeff Franklin says, sorry, maybe I shouldn't be joking. You could joke, Jeff. I mean, like I said, people going to deal with this in a lot of ways. A lot of ways. I don't mind. Ace Mr. Freeze says Zoom debate. It's not out of the question. Marlene Forza says so true to Marlena. Marlena said people keep spreading that lie. Well, I said lie goes around the world before the truth makes it out the door, makes it to Cleveland. I don't know, something, but the lie spreads around the world while the truth, barely makes it out the door. It's weird how that works. Mike Richards says greetings from Columbus, Ohio. Greetings, Mike Richards. Good morning. Aberjam says, if masks are effective, why do we need to quarantine the bug? Because nothing's 100% effective, Aberjam. And the thing about masks are, there's several types of masks. And they range from virtually ineffective to very effective. But except for N95 masks, virtually none of them are designed to prevent you from getting the virus. Though they do help some. They're basically prevented to prevent you from spreading the virus. And you see this thing with Trump, it's a perfect example of, frankly, why he should have been wearing a mask. Because even if you're tested every day and you're negative, it doesn't mean you don't A, have the virus, and B, can apparently spread the virus. Okay? Because everybody on his team was being tested every day. Okay? That doesn't mean that somebody didn't get the virus and was spreading the virus before it came back positive in the test. So if everybody had been wearing a mask, including Trump, when he was on his plane and when he was on his helicopter, dare I say there's a decent chance he might not have been infected. Is a very good chance he would have been because he was in such close quarters. But there's a decent chance he wasn't. He wouldn't have been. And not just Trump, everybody on the plane. Because if Trump was wearing a mask, that wouldn't have done a damn bit of good. The mask prevents you from releasing the droplets of air into the atmosphere around you that have the virus. Okay, the droplets get caught in the mask particles, most of them. And each one of those droplets that don't make it into the air is a way to stop the spread. I mean, all somebody has to do is inhale one of those droplets, and if it's infected, they're infected. That's what happens. And you're like, well, how is the mask effective? How do you know? Well, the surgical masks are pretty effective. The N95 are the most effective. And even though they all say not effective at stopping COVID, it doesn't mean they're 100% not effective. It just means they're not 100% effective. It's a legal thing. They can't say that they stop X amount of COVID because A, we're not sure the exact amount, and B, whatever number they put on, somebody would sue them. They're like, you said you stopped 82% of COVID, but we have tests that say you stopped 76% of COVID. Now we're going to sue you for $100 million. That's what would happen. So they have to put it not effective. Otherwise, they're going to get sued. We all know it. So it's just a way, it adds the chance. Yes, staying 6 foot away from somebody, that helps a lot. Staying 8 foot away is better, but there's got to be some cutoff. So you say you stand 6 foot away, and if you both wear masks, the chance of you catching the virus from somebody who's 6 feet away and you're both wearing masks is much, much, much smaller than if you were, 6 feet away not wearing masks, or 2 feet away and shaking hands. It's all just adds up. It all adds up. And when we all do it and we can get the virus spread under the ratio of 1-to-1, that's the thing. When more than one person passes on, when you can pass the virus on to more than one person, the virus spread is over the number 1. And that means the virus is spreading. And I'll tell you, in New York City, it's at 1.1 or 1.2 right now, which is bad. It has started increasing. For a while, we were at 0.9, which meant the number of cases was decreasing because one person was only infecting 0.9 other people. So it took 99 people to infect 100 people. 100 people to infect 99 people. But now it takes 98 people to infect 100 or something like that, which means that it's growing. We got to try and keep it under that 1-to-1 ratio. When less than one new person gets infected for every new case, the virus will eventually run its course and go away. Yosef says, I like jokes. Yes, I do too. I do too. And it is the legit way of dealing with trauma, dealing with hardship. Like I said, there's different types of jokes. And what Jeff's joke was a fine joke. I get it. I don't fault anybody for that type of joke. Hell, I mean, when it was only days after the space shuttle exploded back in the 80s, when Challenger exploded, I started hearing the joke, what does NASA stand for? Need another 7 astronauts. Even though I was basically, I didn't cry, I don't think. I didn't cry when the shuttle exploded, but it took a lot out of me. I loved the space shuttle. I loved NASA. I loved the space program. No, you would find few bigger fans than me. I was so upset. But yeah, when I heard that joke, I laughed a little. I'm sorry, but it was the way I dealt with some things. Greetings to everybody, saying greetings to each other. Nassim says it could be a campaign maneuver to keep the press from doubling down on the debate issues. It could be. It could be. I don't want to think it is, but it could be. Mike Richards says, how is life outside the United States so crazy? Yeah, how is it, Joseph? Tell us about how life is in your country where things are not as crazy. Or debate fiasco. Could be. 14 Barbara says, oh, he's putting in more flag emojis. They don't show up. They don't show up on YouTube. I don't think they do. At least they don't for me. I heard YouTube took away the flags. Jeff Franklin says, greetings to Mike Richards. And Jeff says, Joseph, I took all of you into the shower with me. Wow. JP says, holy crap, it's Mini Brando. Jeff Franklin says, good morning to Mama Pray. She says, good morning to everybody. Mounted Elysium says, Bird of Prey, I'm pretty sure Joe Biden will win. After all, 297 million have already mailed in their ballots from Rhode Island, and 99% have been Biden. Yeah, well, here's the thing. One of the good things about the Electoral College is that if any one state has widespread voter fraud, the most they can do is affect that one state's electoral votes. And to be frank, the states that have the most electoral votes, California, New York, pretty sure they were already going to go to Biden. Texas will probably go Trump, or at least before today would probably have gone Trump. Who knows? And Florida is the only real, Florida and Pennsylvania have decent amounts of electoral votes, and those are definitely going to be swing states. But most of the states, like Rhode Island, it really wouldn't matter. Even if they did have 297 million votes, that is actually one of the protections built in by the Electoral College. Doesn't matter how many people vote in Rhode Island, they can't change the election. Forza says, Bird of Prey, cute pick, buddy. Thank you. Mamo praise. took it. JP says, wow. Cutie, cute, says Marlena. Thank you. Not that I did anything. I was holding him. Joseph says, Mike Richards, actually, it's crazy here as well. We have a state of emergency here. Hundreds of cases and a few deaths. Oh, Joseph, I didn't realize it got worse. Sorry to hear. A second wave. Sci-fi guys is... Oh, yeah, because Joseph went on vacation. Don't blame Joseph. Sci-fi guy says, excellent photo. Mama Pray, thanks you. Jim Henry, Kapla Jim Henry says, good morning, peeps. Good morning. Project Achieve Us is huge, huge news. I can't do it. I can't do his huge. Resolute Germ says, thanks for the breaking news. Going back to sleep. Take care, Resolute. Have good sleep. Yitza says, well, we, after 500 days, finally have a government consisting of the losers of the elections. Wow. Yeah, you guys went a long time without a government, but that's cool that you can function without government. I mean, we go months sometimes with our government shut down, but it's not the same. Marlena says, we have more restrictions in the Netherlands as well. Man, that sucks. Mike Richards says, holy crap. Sorry to hear that, Joseph. Yeah. I was going to move to Slovakia. Now I'm not so sure. The Fed Doc, thank you again, the Fed Doc, for your earlier super chat. I read it. Food for thought. If World War III in Trek happens because of excess, what if World War III in Trek happens because of the excesses of social media? Indeed. Thank you. Flag test. Is it showing up? Because for me, it doesn't show up. Mountains of Elise. And maybe they only took it away in the United States. I don't know. I don't see any flags. Marlena says, wow, they really banned the flag. Oh, they banned these flags a year ago, at least. Moxley fan says, hello, Bird. Hello, Moxley fan. Kapla. Mike Richards says, I'm getting all the flag emojis on my phone. That's different because the phone is the operating system that displays it, not YouTube. On the PC. Okay, so maybe that's the difference. On the PC or desktop, where it's YouTube that would display it, they're not showing up for me. Project Achiever says, at the debate, Trump made fun of Biden's mask wearing. He claimed nobody got corona at any of his rallies. He did say it wasn't a problem. I don't remember if he actually said nobody, but yeah, I tell you that did not age well, Project Achiever. You're absolutely right. And I tell you, when Mama Pray and I, and we sometimes watch a Trump rally, we look at the crowd and we see dozens and dozens, hundreds, thousands maybe of people not wearing masks, and we shake our head. Like, even if Trump had a rally, and even if I was able to go to one, which I'm not, but even if he held a rally next door and I wheeled myself over there, you goddamn right I'd have a mask on. I think these people are crazy for not wearing masks when they leave their house. Even if you don't care about helping out your fellow humans by reducing their chance of getting the virus, there is still some benefit to wearing a mask. Grant you, it's not much, but it is some. I would wear the damn mask. If I have to go outside, I would wear the goddamn mask. It's just not worth the risk. Now, there are people, don't get me wrong, there are people younger than I, in better shape than me, who just say, F it, I want to get the virus and get it over with. And if that's what they want to do, then that's fine. I'm not going to stop them. But if you are literally think if you prefer not to get the virus and you don't wear a mask, then I don't know what to tell you. Why you're not doing yourself any good. People are saying hello. Joseph says, Mike Richards, it's okay. People are tired of all the crap, but the law is the law, so we will obey. Fines for not obeying are draconian. No mask, €1,650 fine. Jesus Christ. Mounted leasings from Marlena. I can see the flags. Maybe not on desktop. I have to check. Okay, it's the desktop. That's the issue. For T and Barbara says, I need to get back to work. Take care, Bird of Prey, and Gods be with President Trump. And a bunch of flags. Thank you, Fortian. Oh, and the Fed Doc had another super chat. I'll get to in a second. D says, are we psychopaths if we laugh? I can't stop laughing. I don't say you're psychopaths, but you're probably not the best person in the world, D. A lot of people are going to deal with stress by laughing. Yeah, people are going to deal with stress by laughing. I'm not. As I started this earlier, D, you might not have been here, but I'm not going to fault people for laughing today. If you're still laughing tomorrow, I'd suggest you rethink your values. Let's put it that way. A lot of people are gonna feel like you feel right now, and I don't like it, but I know it's going to happen. Okay, I mean, I have no real ill will towards Joe Biden. I don't think he's qualified to be president, but as a person, I really don't have anything against the man. I did have something against Hillary. And so had something happened to Hillary 4 years ago, I can't be sure I wouldn't have smiled. And I hate to say it, but I can't be sure I wouldn't have smiled had I heard that she collapsed. Oh, wait, I did hear she collapsed. I meant, something more serious. And I hate that about myself. I really hate that about myself, but it's truth. So I'm really not going to fault somebody for today. Now, I wouldn't have tweeted it. I wouldn't have gotten up and said, yeah, the bitches, whatever. No, I would never have tweeted it. But in my heart or in my face, when I would have first read the news, might I have cracked a smile? I might have. I don't like it, but it's true. So I'm not going to fault somebody who is a big, totally against Trump. A never Trumper, hates Trump with some type of passion. Somebody suffering from TDS, and their first reaction is to smile and laugh and clap. You know what? Okay, I get it. But get it out of your system now, because in the coming days, it's going to tell whether you have any class or not. In the coming days, if he actually gets sick, that's going to tell. If it's the point that he's actually suffering and you're still laughing, then yes, you're a psychopath. If it gets to the point where he's suffering and you're like, okay, this isn't funny anymore, and you say, listen, I don't want him to be president, but I don't want to see the guy suffer, so I do just hope he gets well and resigns or whatever, then more power to you. I understand, and that's exactly what you, frankly, I would hope people on the other side do. You can feel like that. I mean, I don't want to, not like for me to give you permission on how to feel, but I get it. And if it was me and it was somebody who I hated a lot who got sick, and even if somebody doesn't have as much self-control as me, and I get on Twitter right away and I'm like, ha 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 ha, you deserved it, and fine. But then tomorrow, the next day, God forbid, they get actually sick and I see them in a hospital bed or just in bed and they're coughing and they can't talk, which I don't know if they'd ever even release such footage. But if I heard that was their condition, I would immediately feel bad. Let me tell you a story, quick story. Junior high, one of the few grades I actually had to attend physical education, gym class. Okay. Most of my school career, so all of high school, I was quote unquote medically excused from gym because I was too fat. Let's just be honest. I was too fat. I did not have the physical wherewithal to do the things that the other kids did in gym. Hell, in high school, there was an entire class for the fat kids who had a medical excuse from gym because one of the phys ed teachers, he was the union rep for the school, and he was pissed that so many kids were getting excused from gym because, if everybody got excused from gym, he wouldn't have a job. So he told the school he wanted to teach us a class, and if we're going to be excused from gym, that we should go to a class anyway. Like he thought telling a bunch of nerds that going to an extra class was going to make us go to gym again. Boy, did it backfire on him. But so he taught a class where we had to write about sports and stuff. And it was so funny. He made every kid one day pick a sport, and we had to write a paper on it. And so I was like the 7th or 8th kid, and it was like 30 kids in the class. And now our school was renowned for their chess team. We didn't have competitive sports in high school, but we had a chess team, and they were like the national winners of the chess team at the time. So it gets to me, and I say chess, and he has to give it to me because he knows it's a school who calls it a sport. It is a sport. Chess is a sport. I know a lot of people disagree, but factually, it's considered a sport. And he had to give it to me. He says, okay, chess. Immediately, half the class got pissed off because the kids who went before me were so pissed. They didn't think of chess. And the other kids who came after me, they said, Monopoly. And every time he says, Monopoly is not a sport. He's like, but he got chess. He's like, chess is a sport. It was hysterical. But that wasn't the point of the story. What was the point of the story? What was I saying?
You couldn't do sports because you waited.
Right. Oh, right. Anyway, that was high school. So this is junior high. Junior high, I actually had to do phys ed, and it was embarrassing as hell. The reason why I wanted to get excused for high school because I was embarrassed to hell. Like they used to make us run around the gymnasium, and I would always lag behind like crazy, like everybody else in my row. They would set us up by rows. There was like 8 kids per row. So even though I was like the first kid or second kid in the row, when we would do the laps around the gymnasium, I would always move to the back because I knew I would just slow everybody down. You weren't supposed to pass anyone. And then finally, the gym teacher's like, stop moving to the back, Joe. I'm like, well, fuck, I can't run as fast as these other kids. Anyway, the gym teacher made me mad a lot. His name was Mr. Abrams. And I was mad at him because he'd make me fucking run. And I didn't want to run. I was bad at running. It was fucking embarrassing. The entire grade, not the grade, but in 2 classes are watching me, lag behind everybody. I wasn't good at it. Forget when we played dodgeball. I'm not even going to bring up dodgeball, but yeah, I wasn't good. And I didn't want to do it. And I resented him for making me even attempt it. And so I was like mad. I had this hate. I was like, I hate Mr. Abrams. How dare he? And then one day, Mr. Abrams didn't come to class. Nobody came to class. We didn't have a substitute. Nobody showed up in the gym. And I had just the day before had been wishing ill will upon Mr. Abrams. And as an adult, you're like, oh shit. So he just didn't show up, and they forgot to get a replacement teacher. It was that a temp teacher, a substitute. The substitute probably got drunk somewhere and forgot to show up. They're probably shooting up or smoking weed somewhere, and they forgot to come to class. But as a kid, I was like, oh my God, did I do something to Mr. Abrams? Did my wishing Mr. Abrams bad somehow do something to him? And I was so angry at myself, so upset at myself. I was like, oh my God, if I did this, if I felt like somehow I caused Mr. Abrams to die or I don't know what. I was like, it was like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone. He thought he made his family vanish. I thought I did something to cause Mr. Abrams to die or disappear or not be able to work. And I immediately regretted how I felt. Immediately. I was so sad, so angry at myself. And then Mr. Abrams was just late. And then I was back to hating his guts probably a week later. But I knew how bad I felt because I had thought bad about him the day before. And then he didn't show up. And I was like, oh my God, I blame myself. But it turned out I was so happy. I was never so happy to see the man in my life. So yeah. But yeah, so I know if I wish bad upon somebody and then something happens to them, I'm going to feel terrible because it's happened before. It's happened before. And luckily nothing actually happened to the man, but I thought it did, which was just as bad for me. Yeah, you should do away with your voodoo dolls, Mama Pray. The Fed doc with a $5 again, Canadian. I'm sorry. Australian super chat. Oi, we're gonna give Aussie O'Prey a rest today. I say give cancel culture a cultured response. The Musta, look it up. Something I figure your ancestors would appreciate. Paisano, yeah. Musta, Mousta. Mousta, Moose the mouse. Oh, a section of Greece. I do have some Greek blood in me. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, the Fed doc. Marlena says Mountains of Elysium on my desktop, so that might explain it. It does. Definitely does. Mountains of Elysium says Bird of Prey. The flags are visible on my phone. Maybe it's just desktop. Unless you have emojis stored. Yeah, I guess it's desktop. Marcus Gallagher says, wait, Bird, you're up. Yes, Marcus. I couldn't sleep. I woke up to some awful news. And since I didn't stream last night, here we are. Moxley Fan 20 says, hello to Marlena. Mountains Elysium says, if Tulsi Gabbard had won, she would have won by a Reagan landslide. Many of my U.S. friends are Republicans, said they would have voted for her over President Trump. You know, it would have been really, really tough for me. Really, really tough. The only thing I hope is, listen, I hope Trump wins this year, and I hope Tulsi wins in 4 more years. I hope she does. I really do. I can't think of a better candidate on either side right now than Tulsi if it's not going to be Trump. Marlena says the Dems wasted their chance with sidelining Tulsi. They absolutely did. The debate with Joe Rogan as a moderator, that would be something. I wonder if Joe Rogan would still be willing to moderate a debate. Project Achiever says virtual debate is probably the best option. I think so, assuming he's up to it. Don't forget, I mean, God forbid he actually does get sick. He may not be up to debate President Trump. I mean, granted, on a good day, he can debate the hell out of anybody or anything. And by debate the hell, I mean just outlast. He can outlast most people, especially people his age. But if he's actually fighting COVID, if he gets it as a bad case or even a mild case of COVID, he just might not have the stamina to debate, even virtually. Marcus says, wow, look at Bird. Forza says, Bird of Prey, I'm thinking any hope of an in-person Biden campaign ended tonight. He's going to have to be nice about Trump's COVID or look like a jerk. Trump's base is going to be on overdrive. Trump may win. Forza, I would have predicted, I hate to say it because I don't want to be wrong, but I would have guessed Trump until today was winning. If the election was held today and it wasn't full of cheating, I think Trump wins. I think he had won. As I said before, I think this election was Trump's to lose. If he said something really stupid or did something really stupid, that might have lost him the election. But had it been held today, he won, in my opinion. I think there's just way too much support. There's more people supporting him now than did in 2016. So how he would lose, I don't know in a fair fight. But with this, I already see some people who I don't know if they were going to vote for Trump, but they were convinced Trump was going to win, and now they're convinced he's going to lose. So I don't know. I would say he would have been better off not getting COVID for sure, not just for his own physical sake, but for the election. It's going to be a lot of blowback on him. Some of it is truthful, is earned. Some of it he has to answer for. Some of it, the constantly not wearing a mask and the stuff. Some of it he's going to have to answer for. But some of it, much of it, is not going to be deserved. Yes, Mom will pray.
I think though that if he has tested positive
Mm-hmm.
and is completely without symptoms,
Right.
and
Right.
that
Mom will pray says
it played to his benefit.
yeah. If he tested positive, which he says he did, so I'm assuming he did, and he goes completely without symptoms, then that would play to his benefit. I would say it would certainly help him more than if we see him sick or hear that he's sick, that he can't even come to the camera today, that he's too sick. Certainly that would be best. But I think the very fact that he tested positive already kind of undercuts him, being so brazen about everything he did. But if he can get away with it and have no symptoms and then say, it wasn't that bad, I don't know. It would recover some. I think he'd be better off if he had never gotten it. But yeah, I mean, listen, if he gets through it without any symptoms and he's back doing rallies in a couple of weeks, it might not be the biggest deal in the world, but let's put it this way. That's a big if. It's a big if at his age. It's a big if. The whole year is the craziest as Project Achiever. Absolutely. Marcus says it's 2020. Yep. Paul XBSOG says, I like presidents that don't catch COVID. Oof. Wow, Paul. Wow. So Paul is making reference to when Trump says he liked people who weren't captured by the enemy, as people saying because McCain was a war hero, and Trump said he's only a war hero because he was captured. He liked people who wasn't captured. And you know what, Paul? He probably deserves some comments like that. He probably does. JP's is Bird of Prey. Don't forget the herd immunity they're discussing now. Well, yeah, if enough people get it, that helps too. Gotta get those antibodies out there. Darth Haster says hello. Kapla, Darth Haster. Good morning. Marcus is shaking his head. Darth Haster says some people deal with hard situations with humor. Yes, absolutely. And that is why I'm giving everybody a day or so to get it out of their system. I mean, going forward, they're going to show a joke, but there are mean jokes and there are funny jokes. And the mean jokes are the ones I have a problem with. And basically ones that aren't jokes, people who are going to just wish death upon the guy. That's not funny. But like what Paul did, you know what? That's not unearned. It's not unearned. I don't think I'll be saying it. I probably wouldn't say it immediately, But you know what, Paul? It is something he brought upon himself. I couldn't defend his statement at the time. I'm not going to try to defend it now. It was a pretty shitty thing to say, even if it was true, which I suspect it is. Carlo says, hiya, welcome. Carlo, good morning. Hope everyone is as well as can be. Well, someone is not as well as they could be this morning. Marcus Gala says, nope, not going to say it. Not going to say it. Joseph says, so I can feel clean now. Yes, you can feel clean. LDG Pixels, good morning, LDG, first citizen of Kuroga. And good morning to the friends of Kuroga, including Joseph. Paul says the Electoral College is trash. Well, Paul, that I will disagree with. The Electoral College is the single greatest gift the Founding Fathers gave to this country. I'm not going to insult anybody, but I would strongly believe that if you don't understand the benefits of the Electoral College, it's probably because you just don't understand how it works. It wasn't taught to you correctly. It was taught with a bias, as many people get taught by very liberal teachers. Many teachers hate the Electoral College, and so it's not surprising that people get it taught wrong. They don't understand what the Electoral College does. There are so many benefits of the Electoral College. It is it's ridiculous. But listen, I'm not going to change your opinion here, so I'm just going to say I respectfully disagree. Carlos says, Bird of Prey, I would like to see Trump have a second term so we can see if he can improve the economy, because anyone else will just blame Trump for any failure, like in The Simpsons. But I'm British. You know, Carlo, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good argument. You're right. Any other president we elect is just going to blame Trump. Trump can't blame Trump. I mean, he can blame Democrats, but he can't blame Trump. And I do think one of the big reasons I'm for him for this election is that I do think he has the best shot of restoring the economy to pre-pandemic levels. The Fed doc says, apologies to Mama Prey if I said something. No, you didn't. You did not say anything out of turn. Mama Prey completely got it. And she was thinking about it. And no, you didn't say anything wrong, Fed doc. Sorry if it came across that way. Aberjam says, basic physics. If you breathe on a mask, any pressure would put the mask against the wearer's face and tighten the seal. If you breathe into your mask, it will push away from your face, creating gaps. Yes. But its purpose is to catch the vapor, the water particles. Like when I say a word and it has, I don't know, a P sound, like if I put my hand, I put my hand in front of my face and I say the word put, I can feel little droplets of water coming out of my mouth every time I say the word put. Okay. So if I'm wearing a mask and I say the word put, all those little droplets of water, instead of going into the air, into my house, 99% of them, they get caught by the mask. That prevents other people in the house from getting sick if I had it. It's how valves work, says Aberjam. Morning. I'm sorry, Marcus, wherever you are, good afternoon, evening, or night. I forget that it's not morning for everybody. It's morning for me. Good morning, Carlo Albanese. Hail, Kuroga. Well, it's morning in Kuroga, although the sun never sets on Kuroga, but it is morning in Kuroga, so work that out. Mr. Miles says, wow, you're up late, bird. Correction, Mr. Miles, I'm up early. Good to see you, Mr. Miles. Yitza says, Marlena, is Van Netherland well dot ditchibakdan? Oh, wow, I can't. Yitza, Joseph says, Yitza, we're living here despite a government. Dandelion Down says, I saw flags. Okay, so are you on a cell phone? I'm guessing cell phones still see flags because I don't think YouTube can control what the cell phone displays. But if you're on a desktop, on like a Windows or a Mac computer, I suspect you don't see the flags. That's my latest theory. Oh, you're on a PC. Really, Dandelion? That is very, very confusing to me because I'm on a Windows 10 PC and I do not see the flags. Huh. Carlos says, I can see the flags in the chat. It shows up on YouTube stream when you put them on. Okay, well, they don't for me. Like when I click on it, I can see the icon for a US flag, which is just the letters US very close together. So I know somebody's putting in a US flag emoji, but I just see the letters US. I don't see the emoji. Pixel says Trump got it finally. He did. I don't know if I'd say finally, but he did. The Fed doc says the only state down under that's locked up like a gnat's nasty is our version of California. Ironically, the smallest state of Victoria, or the people's state of Victoria, as we sane Aussies call it. Is that where you can't go like more than 5 kilometers from your house? That's crazy. First off, it'd be like, what the fuck's a kilometer? I know what it is, but I'm joking. They don't stop the dingoes from going more than, okay, no Aussie. No Aussie will pray today. Carlo says, a mask is more help to protect others than yourself. People should care about others. Absolutely. Mr. Miles with Bird of Prey, how do you feel about chin diapers? Oh, man, the South Park pandemic special. Oh, man, it wasn't their funniest episode, but it was a nice laugh in the middle of a pandemic. I enjoyed it. If you guys have not seen the South Park pandemic special, I do suggest you watch it. I kind of wish they didn't continue with the whole Randy Marsh thing, but I get it. It was still fun. It was a nice break. Too bad it's over. It was a 1-hour episode of South Park, and yeah, they're called chin diapers. Dandelion Down says those who don't care if they get the virus are spreading it to more vulnerable people. Yes, they are. That's the thing. Even if you don't care if you get the virus, if you live in a house with the elderly, if you go shopping with the elderly, if there are elderly people around you, in public transportation, in your neighborhood, if you're out in the park and you're sitting on a bench and an old guy comes sits next to you, whatever, or he was sitting there first, you still are around elderly people, and they are more at risk than younger people. So I get that some people want to get it and get it over with. And if they do it the right way, where they quarantine themselves otherwise, then you know what? They should have the freedom to do that. I forgot to open the lines. That would help. Okay. So sorry, guys. And thank you, Ensign Ricky and NB Geeks Let's Talk. For $2 super chats from each of you. NB Geeks Let's Talk says, have you heard? The bird is the word. And Ensign Ricky donated $2 and says, link us, bird. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Yes, let's link to panel. And if it gets too crazy in the panel, I might restrict the number of people. But and also I'm going to insist. Don't be mean. Don't be mean. You want to say something, say your piece. Do not be mean. Well, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Did that go out? It looks like it went out. Oh crap. Did I just lose? Okay. Okay, it went out. Cool. Welcome, Ensign Ricky.
What's
up?
Yeah, crazy, man. I was following as soon as it happened.
I was tossing and turning. I woke up really early. I couldn't get back to sleep. I didn't know what was going on. I just assumed I was having a bad night, and I opened up the computer. I was like, holy shit. Actually, I saw Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers was the first thing that gave me a hint at something. I was like,
Geeks and Gamers,
this is going to be clickbait. I was like,
he's 100% pro-Trump. So, I mean,
yeah,
that's his thing. So, but as soon as that happened, he went live.
Yeah. I honestly thought that was clickbait. I thought it was a joke. And I'm like, holy shit.
No, he's dead serious about Trump, dude. He is 100% dead serious. And he's got his own channel, D-Day Cobra.
Yeah, that's what I'm subscribed to.
Yeah, he gets a little more political on that one.
Yeah, he definitely does. And you know what? To be honest, it's hard for me to listen to him sometimes on Nerdrotic, but I agree with a lot of what he says. But man, the way he says it sometimes,
he is not graceful.
That's what it is.
He is not graceful. And that is what it comes down to. I mean, he just doesn't do it gracefully. I mean,
I respect the guy, but he's not my favorite YouTuber.
Well, absolutely. I mean, he's got some great points. You know, he makes some good points. But I mean, there's times he fucks up too. You know, but he doesn't. He's more blunt than most, and I mean, he will just come out and just burn it. You know, and he doesn't really even put it democratically sometimes. You know, I mean, there's a way to present things and there's a way not to present things, you know, and if you have good ideas, you know what I'm saying, just, you know, I don't know, present them smoother, I guess.
Okay, let me just interrupt a second. The Fed Doc donated another $5 Australian. Thank you so much, the Fed Doc. And said, figured I should give you at least another super chat since I gave you a bum steet. It was Montuza, not Mountsa. Apologies, Mountsa. Okay, I will Google Mountsa. No problem, Fed Doc. Thank you so much. Sorry to cut you off, Ensign Ricky.
No, that's right.
Mountza. What is Mountza? Mountza or Mozuta is the most traditional gesture of insulting among Greeks, extending and spreading fingers of the hand, of both hands. That's an insult? I thought people were doing that, were saying hello to me with both hands. I thought they were double waving. Sons of bitches. God damn. Goddamn Greeks. I can say that because apparently I'm part Greek. Goddamn Greeks. I thought they were saying double hello.
You're part Greek, you're part Australian.
Yeah, down under is part Australian, if you know what I mean. No, stop it. Go to bed. Go to bed, Aussie O'Prey. It's got to be not nighttime by you. Welcome in, Big Geek. Kapla. Welcome to the panel.
What is that? How you doing, buddy? Ensign Ricky, how you doing, buddy?
I've been better.
Pretty good. Just got off work a little bit ago.
Oh yeah, how was work today? Oh man, Jeff Franklin is even in the chat. Damn, I must have missed that.
Jeff Franklin in here?
Yeah, Jeff's
he's not
here.
in the panel, but he's
he's not in the panel, but he's in the chat.
Okay.
Welcome, Dan 23.
Well, Jeff needs to get his ass in the panel.
Yes, laughing is a stress sign, Marcus. Check out Dr. Paul Cottrell.
Paul Cottrell.
I've never heard of him. Is he a YouTuber?
Yeah, I don't know either.
Carlos says, if the vaccine is going to be over a year away, is it best to wait or try herd immunity with the healthy and young?
Well,
if it's a year away.
Herd immunity doesn't come unless like 80% of us are infected.
Yeah.
Like, you know, that's when herd immunity kicks in when significant. We're not even close to that.
Yeah. If we infected all the young people, it still wouldn't be enough for herd immunity. We'd have to infect everyone like under 50 maybe to get herd immunity. And still that's, if we did that would you can't just make herd immunity. It would go crazy.
People are making huge gains on the vaccine. So I mean,
hopefully the vaccine isn't a year away.
I don't think it's a year away because there's already other countries, having their own version. It's just they don't have the production capabilities that the United States has, or China, or any other country, major country for that matter. But I mean, I see the vaccine coming, but I mean, like, this is I see the biggest blowback he's going to get from this is not wearing the mask.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to.
Hey, here's what I got to say about the mask.
Right. You know, and
This
like
is
I
what I
don't
got to
feel either
say. You
way.
know what? I firmly have been this way since the beginning. Yosef, how you doing, buddy?
Greetings from the
Yeah,
future.
but see, like in Yosef's country, you get a fucking $1,500 fine if you don't wear a mask.
So I got it.
1650.
Oh, 1650 euros if you don't wear a mask.
I got to
Well,
ask
you
MB
know, I
Geeks,
always
why are you anti-mask?
it causes me panic attacks.
Okay, you have a physical reason.
Yeah, I didn't even know that initially. I
Okay.
found out. Well, what happened was we went to Target in Columbia, South
Hmm.
Carolina, and I put the damn thing on, and I ended up. I suffer from anxiety uh, in the last few years, and I had the damn thing on, and it ended up causing me a panic attack, and I didn't even know it was necessarily what was causing it. And then I went and saw my doctor to get my medicines refilled. And at this time, I'd figured out, hey, this mask is causing me problems. So I had the damn thing on. I went in, my blood pressure was through the roof, my heart rate was through the roof. I waited 20 minutes for the doctor, and I still hadn't even come down from the panic attack. And I said, I can't wear this thing. It's causing. And she said, well, you got some claustrophobia. I said, I've never been claustrophobic. She's like, well, your body's doing it, and it's painful. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. If you've never suffered a panic attack, mentally it's painful. Physically, it's worse.
Well, I mean, I can feel you in a certain aspect because it's like almost like the same feeling I get when I wear seatbelts, and I usually don't wear seatbelts because it's just I get that restricted feeling,
Hmm.
you know, and it's just like I just don't know. It feels weird, you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
being restricted. You know, I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know. It's just even like, I mean, even clothing and stuff. I wear very loose clothing, you know, just because I don't like the feeling of restriction, you know. But
Interesting. I feel naked without the seatbelt.
oh,
Yeah, I used to put the seatbelt on religiously when I could
They use
drive.
seatbelts in Europe. Who knew?
But as someone who gets panic attacks, I totally understand. And listen, you have a legit reason for not wearing it. I get it. But are you against most people wearing it if they don't have that problem?
No, no,
Okay.
I really don't. I don't care if you choose to wear it or not. Just, when I've been asked, and thankfully it's only happened twice since then, they're like, why don't you have a mask? And I say, I have a medical condition, and it
Mhm.
gets, nobody gives me shit about it after that. I say, I have a medical condition.
well, man,
Mhm.
veteran. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
you combine those two, and not many people are going to ask you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I don't know. This is my personal opinion. I mean, you combine those two, and it's like, yeah, we're not going to ask this dude anymore. Yeah, he's obviously got a reason, you know.
Hey,
Aberjam says,
honestly, I'd wear the damn thing if I wouldn't have a big deal about wearing it. But like I said, and Bird of Prey even knows what a panic attack is like. They're not fun.
Aberjam says, I'm not saying you shouldn't wear a mask. I'm saying the idea of it is to stop you from spreading it rather than getting it defies physics. Mask keeps germs out. And I didn't know, Aberjam. I understand that it would seem that way, but I mean, just understand that it's about droplets of water, droplets of saliva.
Just simple principle. Why do surgeons wear face masks? Not that they get something from you,
Right.
just so they don't infect you. That's
Yeah.
the whole idea. And honestly, I cannot say that I'm a big fan of the masks, but for example, if it's not hurting me, and if it's the simplest thing that I can do when I'm out. So I put it on when I go into a store or something. Now they even since we have like the second wave here, and the case we have way more cases than we had ever before. They just called a state of emergency here, which is basically so that they can relocate doctors if they are needed in certain locations, and they don't need to ask for their permission. This is the one of those things why they are doing it.
Yeah.
Is what I wanted to say. So basically, they are saying it's the simplest way how to protect yourself, protect others, and you know what? Honestly, I don't want to get fined. So what they did right now, even when you are outside in the street and you are 6 feet, less than 6 feet away from other people, you have to put on the mask. And they did it now from yesterday for the next 45 days because we have All Saints coming as well. So they want to basically cover that period as well, because I don't know how in the United States, but for example here in Slovakia, many people are traveling for All Saints just to visit the graves of their families and there will be like lots of movement in the streets.
All Saints Day is not a particularly big.
It's not a big thing over there, but here it is.
Nice
it is
mug.
a big thing. Nice mug, yeah, indeed.
Deplorable.
Yeah, I'm that. Yeah, it goes real good with D-Vins there. I'm that deplorable Hillary warned you about.
Well, to
Damn
D-Vin's
right.
comment, well, I'll skip the first part. I mean, that's opinion. But the second part is actually pretty damn true. I can't think of one person who hated Trump before he ran for president. He was a celebrity. People pretty much loved
Well,
him.
they may not have hated him. I mean, like, think of it.
Except politicians.
He's got a whole thing devoted to him. The Trump card. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is because of fucking Trump. You know what I mean? Like, he's got a whole moniker. You know what I mean?
Oh, hey, Bert.
Yeah, I never watched
gotta
Celebrity Apprentice either.
But I just never can't be.
No, well, so apparently Mama,
Hey, Mama
Prey
Prey.
has come out as saying before he was president, she didn't really like him.
Yeah, I mean, I never really cared for the guy. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, he would appear on television all over the place. You have him with like different strokes. You had him in like Fresh Prince. You had him in all sorts.
He was in Home Alone too.
Yeah, he was in Home Alone, man.
I never watched.
He helped Macaulay Culkin, for God's sakes.
Yeah, everything. Everybody's always blaming everything on me. Remember his like. That's exactly what he says in Home Alone 2. Everybody's always blaming everything on me.
I thought he just tells them where the bathroom is or something.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh, wasn't it Fresh Prince? Oh, yeah.
You're thinking of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air episode.
Yeah, because she comes out, she's like, you ruined this, you ruined that, you ruined that. And fucking he's like, everybody's always blaming on me, you know? And this was like fucking 20 years prior to him being president, you know? But you know what?
I remember that episode of... Bird, I wanted to say this. Awesome defending of the Electoral College. I actually am a big supporter of the Electoral College, and I don't know if you caught it, but I said if we didn't have an Electoral College, we'd have about 10 to 12 cities that would decide the president, not states, cities.
Bert, did you lose it?
I'm sorry. Mama Prey was telling about how she wanted to fill me in more on her, even though she wasn't a big fan of Trump before the election. He was always generous. He donated quite a bit to well, how should we put this? A sports thing for kids that one of our family members was involved in. He made a nice donation to that. An ongoing donation. He funded it, basically. He was funding it.
I'm just checking the Twitter from Joe Biden, and there's nothing.
The Simpsons.
Well, he's probably asleep.
The Simpsons was good at predicting the future, but now there's an episode of Family Guy where there's a debate between a shit sandwich and a bottle of water. And
Isn't that South Park?
Yeah, no, was it South Park? No, I think it was
the turd sandwich and
turd sandwich. Yeah, and
fucking
he's like, "You're a turd sandwich, sir." He's like, "No, you're a turd sandwich. You're a turd sandwich." And like someone was like, the election last night. I was like, "Oh my god, perfect." Oh my god.
Marcus called me a pudgy bird. I am. I was more pudgy. When I was younger, but I am.
Some might call him a penguin of prey.
No, I'm not a penguin of prey.
Edit the video so the characters' faces are on top of
Hey, you were right about one thing, Ricky. I mean, The Simpsons predicted him coming down the escalator, and
For
boy,
real?
did they
No,
get
they
that
didn't.
right.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
I know. I'm making a
That
joke.
was after. Okay.
I'm making a joke.
Okay, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean, well, didn't they predict the presidency?
They did predict a Trump
They
presidency.
did predict the presidency.
See,
Now the escalator thing did come later.
Yeah, the escalator scene was like, see, that's the thing. People, they said, did the Simpsons predict Trump presidency? And they always show Trump coming down the escalator in The Simpsons. And it's like, no, because
people also
they'll
forget
lie.
there's been like 40 years of Simpsons. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
You
no,
know?
the I think the actual right one was
Lisa.
Lisa was president after Trump. And I think
So-
that was the comment.
Yeah, he said, as you know, President Trump left us with quite the budget deficit.
Watch
And Milhouse
someone
is
come
his.
out. Lisa Simpson, named Lisa Simpson, come out next election.
Milhouse. Well, I tell you, if Trump does win, Tulsi Gabbard should change her name to Lisa Simpson.
Dude. You know what?
She should get a big part of the vote.
I'm sure more people would have been happier with Tulsi than Trump. I don't know.
Not me.
I mean, it's a hard. I don't know.
Fellow
we could have
veteran,
had,
you
we
don't
could have
think
had
she'd
Jeb
have
Bush
some-
for fuck's sake. We could have had Jeb Bush. Imagine that. Another Bush in the White House.
Right?
Poor Jeb.
Continue
Poor
the dynasty. Continuing fucking up our state here and fucking losing votes and ballots.
Jeb never had a chance.
No, Jeb never had a chance, even here in South Carolina. But they had, like, placards and everything and signs up all over the place when he was supposed to show up here. And, shit, he didn't get nothing.
Yeah,
and,
I mean,
and oh, by the way, I don't know the enthusiasm for Biden, because I have yet to see a damn sign for him anywhere.
I give him. He stood up pretty well in the debate. I thought he did a lot better than I thought he was going to do. And
Carlo and
but I mean, the
JP
debate
do
was still-
remind us to change masks every so often. You don't want to keep the same mask on for too long. That is something to remember. Sorry, Ensign Ricky. Just wanted to get past that.
but think
chat.
of the worst case scenario. What if both Biden and Trump get corona?
That is pretty bad. Well, it
Biden's
would
dead.
go to
Biden will go back to his basement. Oh, good coffee. Good coffee.
Yeah,
Joseph,
Berto
what time is it
Ramble.
there, buddy?
That'd be 6:45 or Bert.
1:45.
Joseph.
Yeah.
Lunchtime.
Yeah.
And the sun ain't even up here. You know, I was wondering yesterday why the hell my dogs were barking so bad. I look at my calendar. It's like, oh, it's a full moon. That
Full moon.
explains everything. Yep. I was like, damn it. No wonder.
Living in a village, or basically village, okay, small town. Basically, every house here has a dog. I can tell you those nights can be pretty interesting. Right now it's getting cold, so the windows are mostly closed. But during the summer, I prefer open windows to air condition, so it can get pretty loud. I can tell you.
Yeah,
And-
Joseph, I'm in the same boat. The weather finally in South Carolina is getting good. We've got the AC off. I'm outside, as you can tell. You know, I'm opening windows. I'm loving the fresh air coming in. I'm like, oh, this is so nice.
Yeah. Despite I'm a fan of hot weather, I like it. I know that many people don't, and yesterday there was as well a stream where people were like, yeah, definitely colder weather than the heat wave. But definitely the problem, I never say that the problem is the heat. The humidity is the main problem.
Oh, yes.
I feel you there.
As someone who's been in both humid and dry heat climates, yeah, the heat is one thing, but man, that humidity will kill your ass.
Yeah.
Humidity sucks, dude. Sucks.
It does.
And it's like in Chicago, it's like I get out the shower, I'm dry in like 5 minutes. Literally 5 minutes, fucking completely dry. Here,
Open the door.
Yeah, down in Florida, I'm still driving to work wet 25 minutes after I get out of the shower. And it's just like, that's with my windows up in my car, air blasting the AC. The humidity just fucking creeps in. There's times at night I'm sweating and I don't even know what the fuck why. I just look down at my arm.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
like, you know, there's no rain, there's nothing. You're just fucking looking down and you're just sweating because it's that fucking humid. You know?
Yeah, and you're sitting there like you open your door and you get hit by that wall of humidity. You're like, you've got to be kidding me. I got to go out in this shit.
And it's thick, dude. It makes the air really thick sometimes. So, I mean, it's like, and even trying to breathe sometimes, like down here, it's just like, it's like the air feels heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
And we are having here the 4 seasons. So really fall and winter. Now it's getting really. Honestly, I don't like cold weather, but definitely if the temperatures are below freezing, yeah. So when it's freezing and it's dry, I prefer it then to something that is above the freezing point, and when there is like slight rain or something, because that humid cold that creeps under your skin. I hate that, but if it's really like freezing, I don't mind it. If it's like dry
Welcome,
and freezing.
The Fed Doc to the channel. The Fed Doc, are you there?
What's up? Yeah, I mean, Joseph, where
we need to hear a real
Fed Doc,
Australian
we don't hear
accent.
anything.
I mean, it's average like probably around 30 to 34 degrees Celsius.
Fed Doc, I'm going to remove you until I can hear you. Is that you?
No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
We hear you.
All right. What line of?
Nice.
I hear some bird chirping. Thank you so much, the Fed Doc.
Oh yeah, that's my backyard.
Oh,
hello,
you're the
doctor.
bird chirping.
Zdravo, Josef.
Zdravím.
What line of Aussie Pro do you want me to say?
Oi.
Not me.
Can you? I Aussie Prey is awoken.
What for?
Right, Aussie of Prey. Oh no.
All right, let's go on a walkabout and go. And we'll visit the dingoes.
No, it must be on a delay.
The roos.
He's gonna go down to the Meccas.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me,
mate?
matey?
Why are you talking such bad accents?
This is
We're
my
Americans.
wonderful accent.
We have shitty accents.
Well, some Americans have great accents. Jealous of a
my
lot of
accent
accents.
is awesome. I mean, my face isn't that good, but my accent is excellent.
Oh, God, you actually know that word.
Midwest have the best accents.
Yes, Midwesterners, we have the best accents.
And Dan,
correct.
This is true. Yanks.
When I was in that PE class, I hadn't had glasses yet, but I do remember if I had needed glasses, they had to be on a rope.
Okay, there is a significant delay here.
Or
Bert, let's fix something. Fedok, are you listening to the stream or are you completely in StreamYards? Because this can cause the delay. Otherwise, you shouldn't have a delay when you are completely on StreamYard. And let's wait now for a few seconds. What he says.
Yeah, I've ran into that problem a few times myself. I'm surprised Jeff hasn't come in yet.
Ah, okay then.
Right? And usually Jeff's in here. Aussie of Prey is coming out.
Oh, we got some down under going here.
Well, yes, I am watching both the stream and the StreamYard, so maybe I'll just turn off the stream. 1 second.
Yeah, just mute the stream.
Yeah, I just
and
turned it
you'll
off.
hear it through StreamYard.
Yeah,
exactly. Unless someone's chat and StreamYard is not working, then I'll open them both and I'll pop out the chat.
Yeah, I'll do the same thing, Ricky. Carlo's here, man. Carlo is always around.
Dude, he is like 100% always around. I see that dude everywhere.
Carlos says, would Trump smoke weed with Joe Rogan, but actually take a drag, unlike Elon Musk? No, I don't think he would, Carlo, because Trump doesn't drink.
No, he doesn't.
Do drugs. He's very about that. Even though he had his own brand of vodka, the man doesn't drink.
Oh, God, vodka. I have lost respect for him.
Well, he
doesn't have it anymore.
Well, Trump doesn't drink mainly due to what happened with his brother.
Oh yeah.
Well, a lot of those business guys don't do it, and they work, 7 days a week, no days off and shit most of the time.
Well, his brother was also an alcoholic, and he died from it due to alcoholism. And Trump has always been kind of, anti-drinking. He doesn't brag about it, but he just doesn't do it.
Yeah, that's it. He doesn't tell people really, but he
Makes
just
sense.
doesn't. And he doesn't mind other people drinking.
He just doesn't do it.
Yeah, he just doesn't do it himself.
There's one that's up the side of the desk.
Is that Mama Pray?
No.
No, that's not my prey. She's very noticeable as an accent.
No, that's probably my kitty sitting next to me, admiring my mouse pad.
The Thinking Cat, aka Neo-Normie, says, Bird of Prey, if Trump has COVID and this isn't a ploy, he is in an area where recovery is about 30% chance, as he has obesity and a history of bronchial asthma from his coke habit in the 80s.
Oh, Lord.
Wow, dude. Holy shit.
I'm going to go ahead to agree to disagree.
Did he have a coke addict?
That's what I'm saying. I never heard about that shit.
I don't think he had a coke habit in the 80s.
I don't believe so either. But then again, I've only followed him recently.
The thing is, even if you didn't follow him, I think there would be people reporting on it like crazy in the last 4 years, and this is the first time that I heard it.
Here, I'll give you something nice to look at. This is my little one.
Hello, little one.
Greetings. Good morning.
This is my baby.
That's my little one.
Please, no matchmaking
He's a
games.
little off
They
camera.
are too young.
This is my little girl here. This is my
That was
baby. This is my youngest.
Look at him, the proud father.
Coco's the youngest.
Huh?
Coco's the youngest.
Coco's a guinea pig.
You're not counting the guinea pig?
I'm the youngest human.
Yeah, you are the youngest human. I love you.
I live in this household. I love you too.
I love you too.
She was
You gotta look
technically
at the-
correct, which is the best type of correct.
Now see, we need more
Oh
of that.
God, she is.
More wholesome
Oh
stuff.
God, she is the worst. She is so matter of fact. I mean, and then she won't let me
trait.
forget anything. It's like the other day. I was making a joke. I was like, I didn't eat your chicken nuggets. She goes, that's because I had them in the other kitchen or the other fridge. And I was like, well, yeah, that's probably true.
Good night, JPs, if you're still here.
JP's
5
going to
a.m.
sleep.
Time to go to sleep. That
We got
was
Mr. Miles in here.
Jade, shut
Mr.
the
Londell
fuck up.
here.
If I may ask, what time is it up there?
it's 5 minutes to 7 a.m. here in New York.
It's 6 a.m. where I'm at.
6:55 here in South Carolina.
I am Central
South Carolina. You're the second person I know from that area.
The kitchen says 6:54.
The kitchen.
I moved from Chicago to Florida, but I stayed in the same time zone when I moved from Chicago to Florida. I didn't switch.
I used to live down south in Sydney for a time until I moved up here to Brisbane. Now, if you want heat, come up here. This is on par with Florida.
Well, you have you're on the fucking line right there. Yeah, I mean, the closer you get to the fucking
And summer is coming. Summer is coming to Australia.
Don't remind me about summers. I smelt the first bloom of bushfire or something like that in the distance. So we're in for a good time.
It's already starting.
No, I just smelled something like burning. So hopefully it's just something small. I'd rather not. We were managed to avoid it down here, but other places, not so lucky.
Yeah.
My neighbor has a fireplace, which is very rare in New York City, but we are always smelling
There's
burnt.
a lot of places in Chicago that have fireplaces.
They ban them in the city.
That would make sense, though.
I have a fireplace. I didn't use it now for 3 years because I'm just lazy to clean it.
Forza Jersey says, good night, guys. Pray for Trump, our first lady, and our country. Thank you, Forza. Good night.
Yeah, well, I'm sure Anti-Trick is going to now run me down because this is the first time I've come online.
Oh, this is your first time online.
Yes.
On a stream. I am so honored. and I will go ahead and
bloody hell.
brag about it to Anti-Tracker.
What have I done?
Brag.
Oh, well. I'm going to get hung. On the wall for me.
Neo-normie, he's not going to go on a ventilator because they've kind of realized ventilators don't work on this. You just need heavy oxygen.
Problem with ventilators is if somebody ends up on a ventilator, it's only a 30% chance.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you wind up on a ventilator, and the thing is, early on they thought they had to put people on ventilators. Now they realize they only need the oxygen; they don't need the ventilator to breathe for them. So if you are on a ventilator, you're probably only getting oxygen.
Right. Well, you got to understand the dude has a considerable amount of resources too at his disposal. So I mean, it's probably very good doctors and very good healthcare that he has. You know what I'm saying? Like he probably doesn't get the schlep healthcare that we get. I mean, that's
you mean he doesn't get? You mean he doesn't have to deal with the VA?
Although,
to
be honest, Ensign Ricky, I kind of always hoped that there really were cures for cancer and everything, and that they were just the rich people had access and we didn't yet. I always hoped, but when Steve Jobs died, I was like, oh shit, there's no cure. There's no cure.
Yeah, absolutely.
But one thing, Bird, when you read up on it, you will realize that Steve Jobs basically abandoned
he didn't try to.
The traditional medicine, and he went.
What's that called? Holistic. He went holistic.
Yeah,
holistic medicine.
Yeah, he went for all the alternative medicine, and that's probably the thing that killed him.
But understand, I grew up in New York City. I had some crazy teachers, and in high school again. She was a phys ed teacher, but phys ed teachers also taught health and human sexuality classes, which everybody
did you ever
did
wonder
want to
why
take.
that was the PE teacher was the
Because
health
they're the
teacher
creepiest F's in the school.
For real.
That's why. That is why. So she was teaching us about the health, and I don't know how this came up, but she literally told the class, she's like, Mexico has the cure for cancer. If you ever have cancer, go to Mexico. They can cure it. And she proceeded to tell us about her friend who had lung cancer, and the U.S. doctors told her that she was going to die. And she went to Mexico, and the Mexican doctors gave her something, and the cancer was gone. And in a couple months, she was perfectly fine. And so I grew up thinking for years that Mexico had the cure for cancer, not realizing that my teacher is just a ridiculous,
idiot,
nutso, commie socialist. Who just hates. I mean, not she's socialist because she thought Mexico had the cure for cancer. She was just socialist for other reasons. But she's also just I don't know about an idiot, but conspiracy theorist for sure.
Oh, Yosef.
Nobody goes to Mexico for health care.
No.
For real.
That was my plan until I wised up a few years later and realized my teachers had no idea what the F they were talking about. I was like, if I ever get cancer, I'm going to go to Mexico.
Right.
Well, that's why my history lessons are so awesome. I teach facts, not bullshit.
And I thought my teachers were bad. Good Lord.
Oh, you have Australian teachers. You guys are fine. We got American teachers here. Our education system is so fucked up, dude. You have no idea. I was a product of the entire. No. Oh, I was a product of the entire Department of Education. I was born in 1979. The Department of Education came into effect in 79. I spent my entire life going through the public education, which should have just. We need to get rid of that term public education or public this and just call it fucking government. So that way, as we say it sucks, we can at least admit why it sucks.
The neo-normie brings up a good point in that the UK PM Boris Johnson is only 50 and he was visibly wrecked by COVID. It did hit Boris Johnson hard, and that is a risk. That is a pretty big risk. It is different for everybody.
It is actually very interesting because we have like one of those commercial radio stations, and they are doing like different questions on Facebook and social media, and they're communicating with listeners. And it was today when they posted like, do you know somebody with COVID, or did you have it? Or do you have it? And and people were commenting, and it is interesting to see that how different how differently the people went through the whole sickness. Some of them didn't have any symptoms. Some of them had severe symptoms, and some of them were like, I have it, and my whole family doesn't have it, and we were all tested. Some families caught it like everybody in the family. So it is really, really weird.
I have read somewhere.
I have a friend.
I love you too, Luke. I love you too.
Well, I have a friend whose family got it, and basically it was a mother, the 2 kids and 2 adults, basically, and everybody was the parents were super sick. The young girl, she was probably 17. She was kind of sick, and the kid that was like the young boy, I think it was like 12, hadn't barely showed any symptoms at all.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, and this is exactly what people are saying. The older you are, the more severe the symptoms. But
it also is going to, Joseph, it's going to also depend on, I mean, I hate to say it, but let's be honest, pre-existing conditions. If you're like someone like me, if you're like someone like me who has high blood pressure, anxiety, you take medications, I mean, my immune system since I moved to South Carolina has been wrecked. And strangely enough, I'm not the first person I know who's had this happen, where the environment here is, as much as I love being here, does screw with my immune system. Now, I don't know if that's because I've gotten older or what. It just is what it is, and it sucks ass.
Definitely. This is as well a big part of it.
Just to go to track for a quick second. Star Trek Nitpickers says, Bird is live and my neighbors won't let me sleep. Perfect. Star Trek Nitpickers, glad to see you. I know this is an old chat where I'm far behind, but Star Trek Nitpickers just put out his Lower Decks review yesterday. It is only 9 minutes and 50 seconds. I am so effing jealous of Star Trek Nitpickers. He said almost everything I wanted to say in 9 minutes and 50 seconds. I check out his reviews, guys, if you aren't already. And Vile Mike just put his review of Lower Decks episode 6 and 7 live with a special guest. I just got the notification from YouTube. So after the stream, check out Star Trek Nitpickers and Vile Mike for their latest videos. And NB Geeks, thank you for your $2 donation. Ensign Ricky, thank you for your $2.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys remember those books that used to come out that used to be called Nitpicker's Guide to certain things, like Star Trek? They used to remember when those would come out and they'd be like, they'd nitpick all the little things. And we used to actually do that for fun on Star Trek, where we nitpicked little things. It was fun. Now we do it because, well, it sucks.
Can't argue there. I can't argue with that. It is bad these days, except for Lower Decks.
I don't know. I can still find enjoyment, but obviously I see the errors and mistakes and everything. I'm not oblivious. But I always say more power to me, since I can enjoy something.
Yeah, this is true. I just feel like they tried for something different, but they just went at it half-cocked or just completely scattershot. It wasn't at all focused. If they were a little more focused and tried something different, then maybe
it just needed to be funny. That's it. I think LDS would have been, and I thought that was so funny when I made the joke calling it LDS. I thought that was going to be, just a prank that I came up with. No, it's the official title. They purposely did it for the same reason that I call it LDS, because it's a reference to Star Trek 4. And I was just like, wow, you're admitting your show sucks. That you can't even get LDS right.
This is why, if anyone ever makes Mike McMahon a Great Bear of the Galaxy, his would be the Kookaburra. Laughing
what?
bird.
I mean, like, overall, I've loved Overdex.
I can enjoy it as well. I know, NBG, that you don't like it.
I like it.
I wish I did. I wish I did. I wish it was funny. And me and Jack will Jack Beers and I will do our Corks Bar tomorrow.
I think that as far as like the episode 5 and 6 are probably still my favorite. I mean, the last couple episodes, well, I don't know, the one before last week was kind of meh to me. This one was a lot better.
Yeah, exactly my words. Yeah, everybody was praising, not everybody, but the majority people were praising the previous episode, the episode number 8. I was like like the bits, like the jokes.
Well, I mean, like
by themselves, they worked.
Too much chaos.
The episode didn't work for me. And yesterday, the episode, I was like, I enjoyed it in general, but I think Mariner was depicted like Norman Bates, total psycho. This was something where I was like, I'm not sure if it works for me, but I had at least fun. And
yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of good because last episode was like the movie episode, but I mean, the episode last week before this one, it was just like, man, everybody's like, it was just too scatterbrained at the like the Rutherford part.
But on the other hand, it is still nitpicking what I'm saying here, because in general, I'm really enjoying the show, and I'm enjoying it way more than I did Picard, for example.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah. I mean, it is better than Picard, hands down.
But I mean, as I said, like the Rutherford part where he kept on uploading and shit, was kind of weird to me.
That was so funny. That was the best part in the episode for me, Rutherford. And I don't know why, but I like his character the most from the whole show. Rutherford is my favorite
I'm going to agree
character.
with you on that. I'm going to agree with you on that, Joseph. Rutherford is really the best character of the entire show.
I agree too. Rutherford's my favorite.
Same. I would
Actually,
say
the Cat Doctor is my favorite, but of the
Cat
Ensign,
Doctor is fucking amazing.
Rutherford is my favorite.
amazing, but she doesn't have enough of a
She
of
has
a part.
enough. Believe me, you don't want
I
to
played that line back from last night's show like 12 times, and I'm pretty sure she did say the other F word.
Oh, the cigarette, UK cigarette word, right? She did totally. She totally did.
I didn't even think about it. I was so far removed from that being a possibility that it didn't even dawn on me until
But
Elijah
it was
pointed it out.
but it was said in such a how to say it, a cute way, you know. It
Yeah,
wasn't like offensive. It was such a cute way how to say, like, it was.
Godspeed, you crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
I completely missed that, honestly.
Yeah, just watch it. It was so hilarious, and even
she
when
doesn't
you
say a lot. She doesn't say a lot, but she says enough.
Yes.
Because you can't overuse a character like her. I think because she's got a certain aspect to her. You know what I'm saying? Like, but it's great. I mean, she is just like the down to earth, like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, type character. You know, and she's great.
Now, I will say this. The best part about the last episode was when she showed up on the wrong ship and she's like, what the fuck? I was like, okay, that actually was funny.
Yes.
I was like, okay, that was funny. Don't get me wrong. There are aspects that are funny. But damn it, if we could just get rid of Mariner and Boromir. They are just terrible characters.
Yeah, definitely.
I still laugh at Boimler's name. Because in the language I grew up in, boy means I'm scared. So fearful, but the guy sometimes has balls of steel.
Yeah.
Aberjam says mass reduce the spread of droplets, yes, but far more effective at keeping them out. So the idea is that it's for others more than you is a lie. Aberjam, listen, I don't know the physics of it that well. It makes sense to me that it's mostly stopping the spread from me, but I would bet that if I wore a mask and I never touched my face and I followed the directions 100% and changed the mask every time I took it off, then maybe that's correct. But as an everyday person who still touches their face and doesn't do 90% of the things because I forget, if I put a mask on, it's mostly probably to protect the other people than myself. That's what I would guess as to why they say it's protecting other people. Maybe if you're a surgeon and you know what you're doing and you follow strict protocol, it protects you as well, but it's
If I
mostly
should
for me
follow
to
all
protect
the
other
instructions
people.
how to handle a face mask, uh, you know how they show you that you are supposed to touch it only like with your pinky and drag
Right.
it from behind your ear on the string, and don't touch the mask or whatever. Okay, if you are in an infectious environment like hospital in the ICU or something, you know, I completely understand it. But honestly, I have face mask like in the car. It's hanging from the fan there, or from the rear view mirror. There is always a face mask or something. So it's definitely not hygienic or whatever. But
But what you described there, I can give you an answer from most Aussies. Too much bloody work, mate.
Exactly. I mean, we're just going to say as Americans, we're just too lazy. I mean, but I guess everybody is.
Yeah,
We're not
everybody
getting
is.
paid like a
Aussies are
surgeon. We're
not
not
much
going to
better.
act like a surgeon.
But once again, if it's for for me, it is definitely not a hassle or not a problem. I'm working from home, so I don't need to wear a mask. If I go out, I don't need to wear a mask when I'm in my garden. Now I have to wear it in the street, but definitely not while I'm driving. And when I go for grocery shopping, those 2 hours I can manage. And then, so I'm not complaining, you know. But I totally understand, like all the people in stores who have to wear it really through their whole shifts and everything. I can understand it because they are not dying from not enough oxygen, but they are saying that they definitely feel more tired after a shift while wearing the mask.
Dan 23. My answer to that woman, if it was me, would have been like, so by that logic, if you're on a plane and the pilot parachutes out, you're confident God will land the plane for you. Just. Or is that different? Or is that different?
Well,
If
you
it's
know, it goes
different,
back to that whole, guy goes to heaven. He's like, God, why didn't you save me? I sent a boat, a helicopter, and a freaking people to save you. What more do you want?
yeah, that's a good one too.
It's like God's going to save you. Yeah, God's going to save you, but you know what? You might want to notice the signs.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a firm believer in God, but you know what? If I'm broke down on the road and somebody gives me a lift, I'm going to assume that the guy's going to give me a lift. And
Sergeant Nitpicker says, "Good morning,
and,
Mama Pray."
and how likely are you going to have two serial killers in the same vehicle?
That's a scary thought.
Mom O'Pray says good morning to everybody, and good morning
And
from Nephew
definitely
O'Pray.
good morning. Good morning.
Oh, Nephew O'Pray's up.
Nephew
the
O'Pray's
O'Pray family.
awake, and
Yes, the Godfather's awake. The Godfather's awake.
Oh
That's
boy. Well, it's like the old saying goes, the guy gets picked up and he goes, how do you know I'm not a serial killer? And the passenger goes, nah, the odds of two serial killers in the same vehicle are very unlikely.
That's a good one. That is a very good one. A sports league?
What?
The
I
only
guess
thing that I want
build-
from people is to use their common sense. Nothing more.
In America,
Good luck.
you're shit out of luck in America, buddy.
You're not much better down under either.
Here it is as well, like crazy. When I just scroll through Facebook and read all the crap, and I'm like, people really.
The people in New York elected AOC. That's how stupid we are.
I want to just be
all of
specific.
them, I think.
It was people of a very specific neighborhood. Well,
Oh, yeah,
several
I know, but
neighborhoods that
still.
elected AOC.
They still elected her.
Yes.
Mate,
Yeah.
people elect idiots all the damn time. Politicians are a dime a dozen as idiots.
It's true.
They are.
There's one question to Lower Decks. Then 23 is asking. I'm not sure if it's like meant as a joke or as a serious question. Why there were black bars over some characters' faces? Because
that
it was a
supposed
covert
to be-
mission.
That was supposed to be a joke on classified stuff.
Yeah.
And it was a really bad joke.
I liked it. I really liked it
I
because
did.
it was.
I thought it was a good one.
It was actually, as I mentioned, in the whole episodes, the bits worked. The story didn't in the 8th episode, and I liked the Uhura dance. I liked.
You know what I hate? Remans.
This was exactly another. This is exactly. If it was really like 10-second clips, and those jokes, every single joke by itself worked, but as a story, it fell apart. This was my problem with it.
Yeah, you have a point there, Joseph.
Well, how about this? They bring up Roga Danar. That was so made no sense. And then
Wait.
Tops.
Where do they say Roga Dana?
In the last episode, Mariner
said she was the biggest bad. He was the Boimler said he was the biggest badass in Starfleet history.
And then she brings up Khan, and then she brings up the Space Seed episode, and she goes, Space Seed. I said, oh my God. It took me completely out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, this was a complete Star Trek movie montage episode.
And they dropped so many member berries. It was I lost count of the number of member berries dropped.
If this show had a tagline, and Bird, can I swear?
Yeah, you can swear.
If this show had a tagline, it'd be taking the piss.
I thought you were going to swear. I thought you were going to swear. I was ready for an Aussie swear too, like one of the bad ones.
It fucking reminds me of that fucking national.
I was getting ready for the C word.
You people are Americans. You're soft when it comes to swearing. If I really went crazy, you'd probably turn red.
No. I don't know.
Not us. You guys heard me swear. If anybody was listening, I know Joseph was when I was doing my live review yesterday, raw audio, and the gardener started with his leaf blowers, and I lost it. I lost it on a Bird of Prey 5X channel stream.
Aussie of Prey, kill the fire.
Fucking it.
Oi, Aussie of Prey here, yeah.
I agree with Abajam. Shoot it.
Oh, oi. Aussie of Prey, go back to sleep.
Aussie of Prey is an offense against God and nature.
But only 2 things. That's not so bad.
Listen, you bloody cunt. This is how you do a proper Aussie accent. This one. The one I'm thinking.
That was the C word. Now we're talking. Let's get
you know what, Aussie? You know what? Go take your butt, go make some breakfast, and put it on the bobby.
What the fuck? What?
Breakfast on the bobby?
We'll make a breakfast on the bobby.
Roux eggs on the barbie.
Right.
Roux don't lay eggs.
No. Right.
Then cook up a Joey on the barbie for all I care. They gotta taste like chicken.
Not really. They're much more gamey.
Oh, they are?
Kangaroos are gamey creatures.
Really?
Yeah.
I never would have guessed.
Yeah.
Well, Carlo, you should be going to bed by now.
Carlo's actually going to go to sleep for once?
Apparently he goes to bed about an hour from, 30 minutes ago. And he has to work midday.
Mr. Miles, he thinks Americans are light on swear words. Have you not listened to Ricky's stream? He uses fuck like it's a vowel.
Yeah, but that's par for the course.
Hey, I agree with that. We got, we're Americans. We got Morgan Freeman.
Good voice on that one.
We also
Who
have
sounds
James Earl
smarter?
Jones. We also have James Earl Jones.
Oh yeah.
James Earl Jones.
This is CBS.
Kind of
CNN.
miss Leonard Nimoy doesn't do all the voiceovers of those documentaries anymore. But Zachary Quinto started doing them.
The secret of steel. Yes, boy. You've heard of it, haven't you?
Mr. Miles says, who sounds smarter, Morgan Freeman or a British intellectual?
Morgan Freeman.
Yeah, I have to go with Morgan Freeman.
I'm going with
Depends on
Morgan Freeman.
British
Dude's just too much
intellectual.
of an icon in American culture.
But
He's the guy. He's the guy we would hire. He's one of those guys we'd hire to read the phone book.
One question though: what is the accent of the British man?
I don't know.
Is this a pro-Trump trip? I don't know. I'm pro-Trump. I don't know about anybody
This
else.
is a pro-America chat.
I mean, we got
pro,
two guys here who really have nothing to do with American politics, thankfully.
This is pro-people chat. Pro-human chat. That's what we are.
I can say
pro-human race.
I can say only one thing.
Hey, Ricky, you like this?
Maybe Klingons.
Freaks fight back. Freaks fight back. Freaks fight back.
So I'm saying tonight, the freaks fight back.
Poppers? Come here. What's wrong?
I can only say that definitely
Morning,
I'm not
Miss
voting
Blondell.
for Trump, and I'm not voting for Biden either. So
Come on, Joseph. You're gonna vote. You're gonna vote early and often.
I'm not touching any of this. I'm staying out of this.
So it's pretty easy for me. No, it's like I'm not I'm not a big fan of either of the candidates. So
and you're with like 90% of America there. Okay, seriously.
Your politics is kind of a festival in its own right.
Ours is a fucking reality show. It's not a fucking reality.
You know what? Basically, I can tell you one thing. When I look at our politicians and our what's happening in our politics, it's
Charlie.
It's a big show as well. But the problem is, but obviously, since the whole country is like half of New York, it has zero impact compared to what's happening in the United States. So definitely that's why everybody is talking about it. And obviously we are on a stream that is mostly American. So
only 3 of us.
Right.
Only 3 out of 5.
I'm in the chat as well, and the more the day progresses, the more people from the United States will appear in the chat, because obviously
She don't know what she wants. She don't know. She doesn't know what she wants. Madam Geek is up.
Good morning, Madam Geek.
Good morning.
Come say hi to everybody.
Our politics are just quiet compared to yours. If I had to choose a word for our politics, it would be sleepy.
Well, isn't it like illegal?
Hello, good morning.
In Australia?
If you don't vote, you get fined, which
what a
I
bright
agree with.
weather.
The idea is, let's see, we have state, we have local, state, and federal. I'm not sure how much you get at the local level, but I know state there's like $500 a fine if you don't show up to vote, and maybe like 1,000 or some odd. I'm completely pulling it out of my
It's
ass.
a recurring fine until you do vote.
No, it's just one fine. But
Why
honestly,
is her son all dressed?
I'm amazed that Democrats don't do that in your country. It'd be perfect for gathering.
So it's mandatory in Australia?
Yeah, it's mandatory in Australia.
Okay. I know that there are some countries where it is mandatory that you have to vote.
It's considered a duty. You don't do your duty, you get fined for it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I'm surprised the Americans haven't done that. I imagine the Democrats or Republicans would take massive amounts of money.
The population.
It would not fall in the Constitution. It actually has happened in the past, and those laws have been struck down.
That makes sense.
Yeah, we used to have restrictive. Well, you got to understand when we first were able to vote in America, it used to just be you had to have a certain amount of land to vote in a federal election, and it's evolved over time. But because of our constitutional amendment, if you're 18 years old, you have the right to vote. But as far as fines go, those used to happen, especially down in the South here during a lot of the Jim Crow laws. And those things were declared completely unconstitutional. That's why we don't have that kind of stuff.
And just to Carlos' comment, if it was to mutate again, it would probably mutate to infect one other species. I don't think there's viruses that infect dozens of species. It would be very unlikely for it to infect cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens all at the same time.
Also, as I understand it, the longer a virus lasts, the less deadly it becomes because it just has to evolve.
Right, it evolves because the virus doesn't want to kill its host.
Yeah,
right. A virus that kills its host is a bad virus. A virus that lives the longest is a virus that finds a way to live with its host, so its host keeps on living and keeps on reproducing itself.
Yeah, spreading. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole idea.
Welcome, Jeff Franklin, to the chat.
And we have
Good morning, Bert.
Jeff in the stream. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, Yosef.
It's almost
an Englishman at last. Reinforcements.
Good morning.
Yes, of course.
Jeff, how is merry old England today, Jeff?
I don't know. I'm traveling in the TARDIS today, so.
Oh, son of a...
I'm on Metibulus 3.
Metibulus 3.
The Fed doc. Do you have write-ins when you vote?
Write-ins, are those like
Can you
votes?
write it? Can you write in a candidate? I mean, what if you don't like any of the candidates?
Oh, trust me, we have. Okay, usually when you go to the vote, you go to vote to be at a school or a church or somewhere along those lines. You would be coming up to somewhere. You would have to say who you are. No ID, I don't believe. Some places do, some places don't. Go figure. Then you have to go to the booth and you get presented with this massive, I mean, like, it's about as long as a man, a massive piece of paper where there are candidates as far as the eye can see. Trust me, you will not lack for candidates. And keep in mind, we are very much off the British system where we basically vote for our local representative, both at the state and the federal level, and they get to decide who the Prime Minister is, the winning party. That's why we've had, let's see, Rudd, Gillard, then Rudd, Tony Abbott, Malcolm Turnbull, and now Scott Morrison. We've had 7 Prime Ministers, thereabouts, in the last, since 2000 and... When did Obama come to power? 2008?
2008.
Yeah, 2008, 7 Prime Ministers.
Jeez.
Before that, we had a bloke that lasted for 12 years called John Howard, who was... Whoa, how do I explain him?
Sorry, Fed. I got a special guest coming on for a quick second.
It's a big Republican hoax, and I don't believe it.
Siso Prey has awoken.
Good morning, Siso Prey.
Good morning, Siso Prey.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hi,
So
Siso
everybody's
Prey.
saying hello to you, Siso Prey. She says good morning, but she's already walked away.
Yeah. It must
Republican
be
hoax, huh?
interesting.
She
the
said she
discussion
knew
that
about it at
we
1
have.
a.m., but she heard about it at 1 a.m., but she went back to sleep.
That's about when I heard about it.
Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
My opinion curated after.
Okay, so that was her original opinion. Her whole Facebook page is people saying it's a hoax. Okay.
Given how your politics play out, I wouldn't be surprised.
It's interesting.
Politics is like a game show.
It's a fucking reality show.
It is. No offense to you, Yanks, but I prefer our politics. It's much quieter. And I say that with 7 prime ministers in the last, under a decade. I prefer this.
Oh, don't call me a Yank, please. I'm begging you.
Okay,
Well,
sorry, Southerner.
Thank
I
you.
can't.
Well, I'm actually Midwestern. I may
Midwest.
live in the South, but just don't call me a Yank. It's
Okay.
believe it or not, that is actually something a lot of Americans don't like being called when we're not from the
Can't
New England
imagine why.
territory.
Okay, apologies.
No, I'm just giving you shit. That's all.
I can't imagine why Trump would do this to get out of the debates. I think over the 3 debates, he would easily beat Biden.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he would. I saw that last debate. It was
I mean, the only third reason I can see is maybe it was a comeback strategy. Like he overcame COVID to come back and fight. You know, I don't know.
It would work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's possible, I suppose.
You know, the president braved the COVID so he could come and fight and win.
Oh, come on. You know the media will never give him that.
No, it's true.
They'll say, oh, well, he should not do these because he'll get people infected. And I'm sure they're insulting him now on Twitter or whatever. I haven't actually really been on Twitter this morning, but I can imagine.
I got on Twitter this morning. I couldn't believe the number of tweets.
Dude, crazy.
So they tested positive. So what? I'm sorry, but this whole testing positive for COVID thing, that's like saying, okay, he's been in office for 5 years. Did anybody in that administration get sick at any point? Give me a break.
I wonder if he took a vaccine that maybe made him test positive.
Oh, you mean like a false positive? Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe he's like, oh, I got injected with a test vaccine last week. That's what
you
caused
think
the
you think if there is still not an FDA approved vaccine that they would use it on a president as a guinea pig?
Thank you, Yosef. That's exactly what I was going to say.
No, that would never happen. The FDA is too restrictive.
What is this,
I
Russia?
mean, well, I don't know. Back in the USSR,
was it Vladimir Putin put it on his daughter? Sputnik 5? Wasn't his daughter one of the first people to take it?
I don't know, but I just say it's possibility.
It's a bit of a stretch, I'd say.
I'm just throwing out possibilities.
Hey, Ricky, are they finally gonna let the mob run Chicago so we can get things in order again?
Dude, for real. For real. The fucking city ran better when it was mob run. 100%. Then we started getting these mayors that fucking were just idiots. God damn, dude. Rahm Emanuel, dude. How do you turn the taste of Chicago into an all-vegetarian fucking event and lose?
You get rid of Rahm Emanuel and you put Lori Lightfoot in, for God's sake.
Exactly. You know, I mean, we don't have the fucking, there's no Harold Washington. There's no more Richard Daley's anymore. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, just after that decision alone, he lost like $40 million or something on that Taste of Chicago. And the next year, it went right back to normal. You know what I mean? Oh, God.
For those of you who don't know, I'm from Illinois. Ricky's from Illinois, and we both are Illinois types. We have the mentality of we just wish Chicago was run by the mob again, so things could be civil.
I mean, they should just name the state of Illinois Chicago for real.
No, just like Cook County be its own freaking state.
For real, Cook County sucks, dude. Horrible. Crook County.
Yeah, Crook County. Hey, when's our governor gonna get his jumpsuit?
Right, dude.
Jumpsuit.
Yeah, dude. Our governors have a very bad reputation for going to jail.
Haven't like all your governors, past governors, been in jail at one point?
Yeah.
People are still trying to get them out.
All living past governors. I heard that once. All living past governors of Illinois are now in jail.
Well, George Ryan, was it Blagojevich?
Blagojevich.
Yeah, Blagojevich.
He's out. Blagojevich got out.
He's out now. So I'm waiting on Pitson, and I'm like, or Pitt, or however you pronounce his name now. I'm like, okay, has he been fitted for his jumpsuit yet?
Yeah, but Blagojevich gave us open road tolling.
Yes, he did.
How do you
George
people
Ryan,
stay sane?
George Ryan, I got to be honest with you. I know exactly why he let all the people off death
A lot
row,
of
because he knew he
prescription
was
drugs.
going to jail, and he's like, I don't want to get shanked.
And it's true though, I mean, because everybody goes down in droves, dude. It's not like it's like one dude and his 12 connections go down, you know. And it's like these aldermen or these, you know, fucking politicians. It's usually itself.
Oh, Illinois was so much more civilized when the mob ran it.
They had more money too.
Yeah. I can't imagine Australian politics. I assume, you know, he says they're quiet. They must be quiet because I never hear anything
I
about
just don't understand why we can't end up with a president like that looks as good as the fucking president of like, you know, New Zealand or something.
Or Slovakia.
Yo, for real.
Oh,
you know,
Slovakia does have a good-looking president.
Yeah, she looks great.
Yeah,
Wait.
Vote for
You
Tulsi.
right?
You
I mean,
consider
he looks fucking gorgeous in there. For fucking real.
You consider Ardern attractive? The prime minister of New Zealand. You consider her attractive?
But was
don't
it
know
her?
what she looks like.
I'm trying to think of which one was a super fucking hot one. That was like a model. I think it was New Zealand or Sweden or one of those countries.
Probably Sweden.
You're probably thinking the German woman, Markle.
No, one who looks
No,
like
not
super
Merkel.
model
Oh.
hot, dude. She's like gorgeous.
That's who Anton Ricky was thinking.
Did you eat the spam and now you are hallucinating, Bert?
I ate the spam. I don't think New Zealand. Oh wow, she's got a lot of teeth. She's got a lot of teeth. She's not ugly.
But it's, I forgot which country it is, but they have like a super fucking gorgeous. I mean, like super model hot fucking prime minister.
No idea.
21.
I'm gonna be honest. This girl is pretty damn good looking.
I think Croatia has a prime minister. Prime minister.
Maria Caglifi, Italy.
No, isn't someone else? No, that's the president.
Oh my God, Jesus! I 21. I googled it. I mean, obviously that's what you're gonna do. I have 21 sexiest and hottest female politicians in the world. Oh, I'd said prime ministers before.
There you go.
Yeah, here's I shared it. I think this is Yosef's president. Yeah, she's pretty
Queen
good looking.
Rania, Alina Kabavia, Angela Grikov, Eva Kalali, Elizabeth Haslef, Orly Levy. Fucking who is that? Okay, Maria Kavga is the most beautiful minister in the world. Rated Maxim is world's hottest women politicians. Former Italian television actress and model, now involved in politics. So she's the Italian. Yuri Fujikawa. She's done the consul. Well, she obviously fucking Japanese. 27 years old. She looks all right. Seth Rita Gaega, Lebanese politician. She looks halfway up. Now she's fucking Orly Levy, former model and host. Orly Levy is Israel's most attractive politician. She is fucking beautiful. Holy shit.
President of Argentina looks pretty good.
Elizabeth Haslef. Who knew women politicians could be young and sexy? This former Republican politician from Nevada. Oh, so she's American. Eva.
Number one is Justin Trudeau. Seriously?
Having served as a member of the National Defense Department. So Greek.
Who was that in Big Geek?
I don't know. I was looking at the 20. I was looking up something. It had number one as Justin Trudeau, and I was like,
Yeah,
Prime Minister. I'm like, I'm not buying that.
The picture you had put up.
Oh, that was. I think that was Yosef's Prime Minister.
That.
Yeah,
okay,
Queen Rania. There you go.
President of Slovakia. Thank God Google knows how to do that for me because I sure as hell don't know how to spell Slovakia. Yeah, she's actually, I'm going to be honest, she's actually very attractive.
Yeah, she's like 45, 46.
Perfect. I need to buy the plane ticket.
Is she single?
Divorced.
Yeah, there
Even
you go.
better.
There she is. Yeah.
So that's single.
Yeah.
Divorced is single.
Mm.
Joseph, put in a good word with me, with her.
Damn, she
sure.
is good
Wow.
You wouldn't agree on the politics with her.
Yeah.
looking. Oh, I would.
Eh,
Don't have to agree.
no,
with
you
her.
wouldn't. As well.
Oh, I wouldn't.
No.
Well, she's in a completely different country. I mean, what's the population of your country?
5.5 million.
So
Dan, I don't
basically,
know if that was
we have cities that have more people than your entire
Yeah,
country.
of course. Yes.
Dan, I don't know if that was intended to be a joke, but I'm cracking up after reading this. Sometimes TV shows like The Simpsons or Family Guy will put in a Star Trek reference, but Lower Decks does it all the time.
Yes, they do, and it's ridiculous.
Oh, it's
They fall
absolutely
flat.
ridiculous.
They just fall
I'll be
flat
right
on their
back.
references. I mean, if you're going to
There's
drop a member berry, do it intelligently. You know, don't sit there and just drop it, you know, constantly like, oh, I remember that. It's like, no, you're actually annoying us.
It is a bit hit and miss.
It's very annoying. There's just two things to that show: those member berries and unfunny jokes. Sorry, my opinion.
Yep. We can accept your opinion, and I can disagree with it.
And I can disagree with your
You,
disagreement.
of course, of course.
Oh well, all else fails. You can.
No,
always
I
just take
always
the
say
pistol.
more power to me when I can enjoy something that other people don't like, and
That just makes us jealous.
Exactly.
And there
I
are
am
movies,
jealous.
and there are movies that I didn't enjoy, and you all enjoyed, and I'm not apologizing for it. That I don't like Mel Brooks movies, for example, and I get heat because of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm not a
Spaceballs,
big
you don't like
fan of most of his films.
I like the good ones, like Blazing Saddles and Spaceballs, and I don't know.
Spaceballs.
Such a classic.
Mm-hmm.
But that also sparred. I mean, I don't know. We got like a lot of weird spin-offs after Spaceballs, like Meet the Spartans and like fucking.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, we can be civil about it, and we can express our opinions and not be bashed because of it. I think, and that's the most important thing.
Right.
And especially humor and comedy is so subjective.
It truly is, though.
It's probably from film and TV genres. Comedy is the most subjective thing that can be out there. So, yeah, I just saw a tweet that Home Improvement is returning. At least that they started filming.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
What?
Wow.
Is it going to star Tim Allen?
Yeah, Tim Allen and what was the bearded guy?
Is Wilson going to be back?
Wilson, the actor is dead, so probably not.
No, Wilson. Oh, that's a different movie. Never mind.
How old is this Tim Allen again?
Well, isn't Tim Allen the star of another show?
Galaxy Quest.
No, on TV.
Didn't that show end?
Oh, did it?
I don't know.
Well, it did end, but then it got picked up by another network. I think Fox picked it up. But that was a couple years ago.
I'm about to sneeze. I gotta mute.
Achoo!
Achoo!
Jeff
Achoo,
Franklin said it
yeah.
right on cue. Right on cue. Just as I was sneezing, I heard achoo.
A Jew here.
Thank you. Achoo. Oh, from Robin Hood Men with Tights. Achoo. Bless you.
That was a
We didn't land on
film.
Sherwood Forest. Sherwood
Yeah,
Forest.
unfortunately, Joseph would not like it because it's Mel Brooks. No,
We didn't land
send
on
in text,
Sherwood
yeah.
Forest. Sherwood Forest landed on
Landed
us.
on us. Oh yeah.
I think that was actually the first time I ever saw Dave Chappelle in a movie.
I would say Half Baked was probably one of my first movies I've seen with him.
Oh yeah. Hi, I'm an addict. What do you have? Weed? Weed ain't no drug. Man, I was sucking dick for coke.
Right?
You ever suck dick for weed? I've seen him do. Dude, get the fuck out of here. You get kicked out of a drug rehab thing because they're like, weed?
Not hard enough.
Weed ain't no drug.
That was such a great movie.
Who knew Bob Saget could be so crass?
The funny thing is, that's how he normally is. He is.
Yeah.
As fuck. You know, it's just you don't see it because he's America's favorite dad or whatever.
Well, he was on Full House and he did America's Funniest Home Videos, and I always thought his comedy was kind of dry. And then I start hearing some of his real comedy. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, it's a different level. It's like Robin.
Carlo, if you're still up, thank you again.
It's like Robin Williams on coke versus Robin Williams not on coke.
I miss Robin Williams. Mrs. Doubtfire, one of my favorites. My first day as a woman, I'm already getting hot flashes.
Oh yeah. They made a sequel to that, didn't they?
No, they didn't make no Mrs. Doubtfire sequels. Oh, that movie couldn't even be made now.
I'm not telling you to go away, Carlo. I just thought you were going to sleep. Of course, that Mrs. Doubtfire can be made. Robin Williams is dead.
No, what I'm saying is you couldn't make that movie now.
I know what you're saying. I was just.
Oh yeah, he's dead too. That tends to screw things up. But hey, at least we know who he's voting for.
Morgan Freeman, Marcus. I'm not even sure who Christopher Hitchens is.
Sort of one of the, what were they called when atheism was big?
Christopher Hitchens is an author of books. Died as well on throat cancer a few years ago, and he was a big atheist, and he was speaking pretty strongly against religion.
I'm not one of the voices I am familiar with, but Morgan Freeman, absolutely. Could listen to him read the telephone book.
Hitchens had a very British accent, very crisp, very Queen's English.
I know one thing. Loki does that great Peter Culling impression.
Does he?
Yeah, and he's like, yeah, he has a good British kind of accent going, and then he makes fun of Purple Valkyrie where he talks about spotted dick. I still don't know what spotted dick is, but it's funny.
Yeah,
to be honest,
whatever it is, I'm not having any.
No, I'm gonna cook up some owl and some baby seals for breakfast.
Wow. Yeah, and yes, Dan, I saw that article. I think you sent it to me.
So I looked this up, guys, and they're not doing Home Improvement. They're not bringing the show back. What they're doing is Tim Allen and Richard Karn are doing a show on the History Channel. It's a competition show called Assembly Required.
I thought Tim Allen was doing a show on Fox right now.
Yeah. Well, he
Last
could do
Man
Fox and
Standing.
History Channel at the same time.
I mean, yeah. Shit, Tim Allen's worth $100 million. Must be nice.
Saw those Santa movies.
Oh,
Elf,
yeah.
Elf 7, Elf 8, Elf 9.
Oh, man, yeah. I need to hurry up and get November here. I need to watch my Christmas movies. You know, I got my Die Hard ready.
Why am I not surprised?
Because Die Hard is a
There
Christmas
are two
movie.
types of people in the world: those who say that Die Hard is a Christmas movie, and those who are wrong.
Dude,
I agree.
Amen.
It is a
Wow.
Christmas movie.
The fucking
It'll be played on Cinema Saturday near Christmas for sure.
Bruce Willis
Every Christmas.
comes out himself and says it's not a Christmas movie.
Annual Die Hard Christmas movie for Bird.
Hey, you know what? Bruce Willis can say it's not a Christmas movie. The rest of us say it is. So he's wrong.
I'm not going to argue with that. That's pure logical.
Now I have a machine gun. Ho, ho, ho. Although I got to be honest, you know, what's his name? The actor who plays, you know, he's a British actor with a German accent and then trying to do an American accent later. It was just hilarious when you watch it. God, what is his name? He's such a great actor. And it's not Christmas until Hans falls off Nakatomi Tower. That is how Christmas works in America.
The funny thing was, we used to watch.
Trust me, every year when we are decorating the Christmas tree, that is the movie that is on TV, and it's one of those few occasions when we actually turn on the TV so that we can watch Die Hard, and it's always a picture that ends up on my Facebook that Christmas is coming. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you got a $10 super chat, buddy.
Brace yourselves. Christmas is coming.
Yes. Indie Tiger. Bird, are you with us?
Bird, you got a super chat, buddy.
I was eating a pretzel because I was taking my pill. Thank you so much, Indie Tiger, with a $10 super chat. Says, as your president, I'll make the world Valentine heart shaped. As your president, I'll make the world Valentine heart shaped because the president says what the shape of the world is in. Mulligan. Mulligan for president 2020.
Nice.
Classic.
No, yeah,
Is that a reference
note,
to something? Because I don't get it.
Me neither, but
Mulligan, isn't that something in golf?
I've heard of a mulligan, but I
Yeah,
assumed it was a golf reference.
Indie Tiger, I'm thank you very much. But I think I'm missing something. Don't I'll get to the chat.
It requires some googling. It requires some
googling. If there's an explanation, just put in regular chat. I'll get it.
Yeah.
It's apparently a free shot in golf.
Yeah, you get a mulligan, right? You get a redo, basically.
No, it's a gimme. You get real close, and the counter.
Gimme is where you don't even have to take the shot. It's just they're giving it to you. You don't even have to take the shot. A mulligan, I believe, is like a do-over. Like something weird happened, so it's like you just get to do it over. It's a mulligan. Not that I know anything about golf, but I know that much. Like I know there's a birdie, a double birdie, an eagle, and a hole in one.
Well, we know that you know about cheating.
I do know about cheating, but not because
you do it all the time.
This is we're Americans. Of course we know about cheating. It's kind of in our nature.
The American Revolution was the invention of cheating. We cheated at war so we would win.
Yep.
I don't know. I think you learned that from the French. I think you learned one from the French.
Oh.
No, we kicked the French's ass. And then we saved their asses a few times. Yeah, I know. I'm being an arrogant American. Somebody's got to do it.
I'm not French.
Don't look at me.
And Slovakia, the Slovak state, from the 1940s, is officially still in war with the United States.
Joseph, you're going to have to
such a funny piece of history.
You're going to be arrested as a what's that, POW?
I was accused of being a Bond villain, but I'm actually a war criminal, right?
Joseph, you're sharing your screen?
I stopped sharing my screen, I think.
No, it's still sharing. I didn't know. Did you want me to put it
Okay,
up
so
or no?
no, don't.
Don't. Okay. I was afraid. I wasn't.
Don't.
I didn't
I'm
know how long
just.
ago you started sharing it.
I'm afraid to
Okay.
ask what he was sharing.
It looked to be pictures of his wife. I don't know. No, I honestly, it looked just like a black screen. I couldn't tell. I'm guessing it was work stuff.
No, it was Twitter and the James what's his name, Kern from Home Improvement, that the pictures he posted.
And
I
yeah,
agree
the
with what
right not
somebody
to
else.
vote. I'm sorry.
I agree with what I saw somebody else said. Yeah, I would have liked a Galaxy Quest series myself.
Alan Rickman is unfortunately dead, so
Yeah,
it's not going
that's
to happen.
unfortunate.
I don't
He
know
was
if it
young
would
too,
work as
wasn't
a
he?
series.
Well, he was something in his 60s, I think, but still.
One of the best parts of Galaxy Quest was that it ended. You know, it was short. It didn't go on too long. It was a movie, not a particularly long movie, as I recall. I don't know if it would have worked as a series. Maybe as a limited series.
Now you see that I could have got behind. Yeah, as a full series, it probably wouldn't have worked, but it's just one of those gems we wanted more of. No, you cannot recast Galaxy Quest.
They will one day.
You can't. What are they going to do? Gender swap Alan Rickman?
They would try. They would bloody try.
Is there a no vote? Is that an option for places where you're forced to vote? Can you vote for none of the above?
Sure, you can just not put anything and throw the unfilled paper into the slot.
Okay, but so that is an option. It's not that they force you to choose somebody. They just force you to look at the paper. And if you're not going to vote, you have to actively not vote.
Well, that's what I was getting at when I asked if there were write-ins.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
What if you don't like any of them?
Then you just go get your name signed off, throw the paper into the box, and on your merry way you go.
Well, I still don't like it, but I don't like it less than when I thought you had to choose somebody.
It's not that bad, honestly. I mean, sure, it's a bit more authoritarian than I personally would like, but meh, it's what I've always done, so what am I going to say?
See, here in the States, I could go and vote and write in Birdo Prey 5.
Yes.
Yes.
Not that I would do that.
But you could.
Not that I would do that.
You could always just vote for the shooters party.
See, the thing is, in New York, even if I wrote in somebody's name, and even if they supposedly got the majority of the vote, unless they registered to be a write-in candidate, it doesn't count. Which is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If I wanted to register to be a write-in candidate, or just register to be a candidate, which I know needs signatures, but still, it's bullcrap.
Don't you need large amounts of money as well?
You don't need money to register. You need money to get the things that you need to do to register, which is send out dozens of people, hundreds of people to collect signatures. And that's why if you're part of a political party, they do that for you. Star Trek Nitpicker says, maybe my neighbors couldn't sleep because they heard about Trump. That's probably what it is. It's probably what it is.
Star Trek Nitpickers, do you live next to Bird?
Nobody does live in, well, I don't know everyone, but he does live in Queens. He said that. He said
so
that.
Just adjacent to Kuroga.
Yeah, he's nearby, nearer than most of you. Not that near, but closer.
Oh, trust me. New York is like California. I avoid them like the plague. Oh, and Chicago. I avoid Chicago like the plague. But that's because I personally detest Chicago.
Star Trek Nitpickers, go Sox. Screw the Yanks, go Sox. And I liked you, Star Trek Nitpickers. I really liked you. Go
down
Red
with the
Sox. You living in New York City and you are rooting for the Red Sox. Wow.
Down
Your
with the
true
Yankees.
colors. Your
Down
true
with
colors
them, I
come
say.
out. Like, even if you were a Mets fan, that's fine. But to root for the Red Sox, oh my God. I have to reevaluate everything I ever believed.
I'm from St. Louis, so it's go Cards.
D. Vin says Trump will be back for the next debate. We'll see. I honestly doubt it, but we'll see. AK Whitestone agreed. Hey, AK Whitestone, are you Whetstone? Whetstone, never mind. I was going to say, are you actually from Whitestone, which is the neighborhood next to mine? But I see your name is actually AK Whetstone. Kapla AK Whetstone. Welcome to the channel. I see you commented a few times. I apologize. I didn't get a chance to say hello. We're mostly a Star Trek channel, but we talk politics when it's needed.
Do we talk politics or do we bitch about politics?
Well, whatever. Both.
Same thing.
Both.
Same
yes.
thing.
Dan 23 says
We're
New York
Americans.
Yankees. Absolutely.
We us Americans, we kind of we either talk or we bitch. It end result's still the same.
This is
Dan 23 says the United States is one of the countries where Uncle Ben's is changing its name. Uncle Ben's rice is racist. It's going to just become Ben's Original Rice.
Oh,
and
God.
Uncle Ben isn't going to be on the cover anymore. On the product.
Damn, Uncle be racist, son.
Uncle Ben is
Well,
racist.
it's like,
and
hey, it's like the Land
Chef.
O'Lakes guys. They took the Indian off. They kept the land.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't really think that one through on Land O'Lakes.
Dan doesn't like the. I only just figured out how to go back and see what a comment was on Twitter, what a notification, what comment they were actually replying to. I only figured it out 3 days ago. And you have to click on the timestamp of the post, and then you get the previous post. It is the most
unintuitive
non-intuitive thing I've ever seen. I went a year without knowing how to get to that previous comment.
Yeah,
because I was that spiteful. I wasn't going to look it up.
I think the problem is because Twitter's more optimized for mobile. I'm guessing you're using on your PC, right?
Yeah,
desktop.
Yeah, exactly.
That's your problem.
That's my problem for a lot of things because I'm a PC. I'm never going to go to mobile.
No. You're fine to use a PC. It's just the way they built it is for mobile phones and for those who can't use a computer properly.
Yeah, they could still make it. They could do both. I mean, I know they can.
Get Twitter or Facebook or something, or some of the other companies to do something logical. Nah.
And Dan 23
this is crazy. My daughter is actually awake. It's 7 o'clock where she is. I'm like, you couldn't have been up this early when I was trying to get your ass to school.
Dan says maybe they have a limited number of vaccines and they're only giving it to the government officials. Could be.
I doubt
that. That's one.
No, they're not gonna. You're not gonna put the government officials as the guinea pigs.
Well, it could be the vaccine was approved secretly. It's on double secret probation.
I find that a little hard to believe. I mean, with our current government, we have way too many.
I find it a lot hard to
out.
believe.
Yeah,
but
I'm
it's possible.
Oh, it's possible. Just.
Yeah, I mean, he might have Trump might have said, shoot me up with it. It's an order. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he does seem like one who would try something if the doctor says, 60-40. He's like, I like those odds. Shoot me up.
I'll take those odds. Those are good odds. Those are fantastic numbers.
Those are huge odds.
No, Bert, it's huge. You gotta say it's huge.
I can't do it. I'm sorry.
It's your
there is a massive cover-up. The Earth really is flat. Massive cover-up.
Why did we know this before?
You're asking me? I don't blame no.
Sorry. Nephew of Prey just fell asleep. I'm going to be a little quieter. Can you hear me? Quiet.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We can hear you.
Well, I can hear you guys just fine. I have
Every
headphones.
breath you take.
Um,
How
the
old is
majority of
nephew
people.
now? Hey, Bert, how old is nephew O'Prey now?
It was June 23rd, so June, September, July, September, October.
It's his 4th month.
Still just a tiny baby.
Yeah, he's still in counting weeks. Like, what is he, like 15 weeks? I don't know, 14 weeks? Something
Oh
like
God, my daughter
About
is
3 1/3 months.
Oh God, guys, pray for me. My daughter told me she's buying a car on Friday.
that. How old is your daughter?
She's gonna be 20 next month.
Well, sounds like a okay age to buy a car.
I'm dad.
Now, good luck to you and your daughter. May she always
Glory to you and your daughter's driving.
may she always find her way home, and her wheels not let her down. Is she buying a Jeep?
No, she's buying a truck. She says she's
Ooh.
buying a truck, which is good because, well, she grew up around me, and that's all I ever, mostly had was a truck. I mean, I still have a truck.
Is it manual or automatic?
I don't like cars. They're too loud. They're too low to the ground. Quite frankly, if I could, I'd put a lift kit on my Chevy, but yeah.
Let's all have strippers and porn stars as presidents from now on.
This is what I'm talking about.
I can think of a couple of porn stars I wouldn't mind seeing in the White House. There's a couple I wouldn't mind seeing as press secretary.
Press secretary. Now that's definitely. Carlo Albany says, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Will Bert O'Prey finally eat the out-of-date spam? Mom will pray save for him. I hope he waits till after COVID, but tune in and find out. Tomorrow is Cinema Saturday. We are watching Ghostbusters 2. And then, of course, Sunday will be another 4 episodes of Futurama, Season 2, episodes 1 through 4. And later tonight, this evening, about 5 p.m. Eastern, will still be my normal Bed Life stream. Bed Life. Yeah, this is not instead of Bed Life. This was just a bonus.
This is the Bird Political Hour. Or hours.
I actually had a topic for today because October 2nd is the birthday of Sidney E. Frank, my former boss, and he was a billionaire. He was on the Forbes 400. I think it was number 138 on the list, or 338, somewhere, but he was on the list. It didn't matter. It was some, it's the day I always remember him. And so, yeah, October 2nd, rest in peace, Sidney E. Frank.
Welcome to the Bird of Prey Bedtime Hour. I am your host, Bird of Prey. Tonight's discussion will be politics, geek stuff. We will have a very civil panel of people. Everyone will behave, except for Nephew O'Prey. He's a baby.
Behave.
I'm not sure if you're trying to do some ASMR rap.
Actually, I was making fun of NPR.
Oh, thank you, Jeff.
Don't know what that is. Don't really care to.
Okay, NPR is like our it's a government-funded radio network, and it's just they sound like that. Welcome to NPR. I am your host. I am going to bore you the fuck to sleep. Please,
Yeah,
I hope you are not driving. Yeah, that's
I
how
caught the
boring they are.
reference.
Good for
That's how
Commander
boring.
Corbo.
That's how boring NPR is.
And you're
Sounds
welcome,
like-
Bird. Especially the second part of that.
I don't know, sounds like the BBC or the ABC to me.
Yeah,
It's basically
the same
America's
thing.
BBC. Yeah. Jeff Frank. Carlos is Jeff Franklin. I hope Boda Prey never eats it. I just like saying it. If he does, If he does say, Jeffrey, I hope Bird of Prey never eats it. I just like saying it. If he does, what will I say then? He'll say, Sunday, Sunday, Sunday was the day Bird of Prey 5 ate the out-of-date spam. Mama pray save for him. And
Well,
we
at
miss
least-
him very much.
At least it was on the Sabbath.
Just how out of date is it?
10 years at this point out of date.
Oh, wow.
Hi, Sisso Prey. Why? Hey, Sisso Prey comes over and she starts taking things. Sisso Prey, did you take the microphone cover? Did you really? You're shaking your head, yes, but I don't believe you. Did you take it?
She's gonna throw it at you.
She's.
Bedroom.
I don't know. I thought you came out in the middle of the night and snuck it off. You don't understand, guys. I have you guys know when I'm on Bed Life, you see that blue cover of my microphone, the blue wind guard on the microphone. How could Stassi get up here and take it?
It's not a question how, but why.
So I have the wind guard on the microphone, and I woke up this morning. I went to go on, and the wind guard is gone.
You know.
So I don't know what
Try
happened.
shutting your fan.
The fan didn't blow off the wind guard.
No, I bet that really have any wind in here. So what the hell does it matter?
It made it look cool.
It
So it also kept dust off of it, I guess. It was like a mask for the microphone.
I like what Bradley Briggs said. Sunday, Sunday, Sunday. Open Monday through Saturday, closed on Sunday. So basically, like a Chick-fil-A.
The only time I want Chick-fil-A is on Sunday.
Yep. It's always the way it works, man. It's like, I want Chick-fil-A. Damn it, it's Sunday. Monday rolls around. I don't want Chick-fil-A today.
You want what you can't have.
Exactly.
Mama probably found it. It's under
Rolling
the
Stones
bed.
have a song about it.
Yeah, perhaps a loving ballad.
Darmok.
Sorry, Sisso Prey is retrieving this wind guard. Robert Hammer. AT will reference the poop bag. Mr. Biles says, I wonder what the conversation we'd be all having if Enterprise was coming out today. Enterprise?
Enterprise went off the air in 05.
Right?
No,
I
he's
think
saying
it would
if
be,
you'll start taking you today.
I think it would be us unanimously singing, "It's been a long road."
Yeah, I would. I mean,
Call me crazy. I actually love that song. The only thing
Oh,
I would have requested, is when somebody, it got ruined for me when somebody told me Rob Stewart did the original version, and I heard that and I said, "You son of a bitch."
Wow.
And I was like, "Damn it, Rod Stewart just nails it."
History with R&R just, I believe,
Oh, they dropped another
uploaded their
one?
second battle of the Somme.
Yeah,
Am
I was
pronouncing
just
that
going to
right?
mention that.
So that's
really?
another thing to check out after the channel, after the stream, which will be ending soon.
Oh, I like how you got told soon.
No, I didn't get told soon. Sisso Prey is saying he's self-soothed.
Oh, he's self-sued.
Mommy woke him up, strapping him in.
Yeah.
Did that. He looked at him.
I didn't know that was a term till just now.
That's
What,
he's doing when he
self-soothe?
gets his hands.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Mr. Miles, if Enterprise came out today, I would be on the internet making videos about how terrible a choice of music it was.
I didn't mind it.
But the rest of it,
I wasn't
I'd be okay
crazy
with.
about it, but I didn't mind it.
The lyrics
And-
fit the show.
And I like it better than what they were thinking of using for the tune,
Which was?
which was Archer's theme, which is played at the ending credits. That sounds more like a Buck Rogers theme to me.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
But as I remember, weren't they trying to differentiate themselves from Star Trek? I remember there was a big brouhaha about not including Star Trek at its beginning.
Yeah, they even took
Yeah,
Star
they
Trek out of the name at the first 2 years. It was just Enterprise.
They want to be different.
Well, they failed miserably. They should be shot.
Actually, they did. I thought they did good.
In the last season, they did.
No, actually, I would disagree. I would say the first two I'd say all 4 seasons were generally good. When I'm comparing it to Voyager, I mean, Voyager had very bad first 3.5 seasons. I mean, Voyager did not even get its shit together until frickin' season 4. I mean, Scorpion's really when it finally started hitting its stride.
There were a few good nuggets in the first couple of seasons. Like the Siska arc, badly done, but it was better than the rest of the schlock that came out the first 3 seasons.
Hey, remember this, Ricky?
Yeah, dude. That's what I'm talking about. This is what
Yeah. Ricky sent me this, and I was like, God, I would have just so been all over this.
And just to be clear, I'm okay with using the word woke.
I would totally fucking CBS for life. If they did some shit like this. W would
Yeah.
You'd just be interested. It's just amazing.
Yeah. Feels a bit like what was that show or movie? Rush Hour.
Yeah.
El Caroga.
Yes. Yes, but it would just be fun. We'd love it.
Depends if Patrick Stewart is going to do his, what's his name? Walter Blunt impression.
A drug dealer, Tim Allen? I had no idea.
Rock Solid Production says, Bird of Prey 5, that's nothing. TOS had 3 bad seasons, too.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Okay, we're going to agree to disagree on that one.
Yeah.
Massively.
TNG got better towards the end of the second season. That's when that's when you get Measure of a Man. That's when you get
Did I say TNG? I meant TOS.
You said
no. You said TOS.
Okay.
Yeah, TOS is the first half of season 1 into season 2 are the best episodes.
Well, let's
Rock
see.
Solid
What did
is
we
a
get?
friend of Kuroga, so
I mean,
there's
let's
that.
think. We got Balance of Terror, Devil in the Dark, the Doomsday Machine, the Tholian Web.
The Tholian Web's season 3.
Yeah.
Turnabout Intruder. Well, Turnabout Intruder is probably a bad example.
Oh, bad.
Mud's
bad,
Women,
bad.
Trouble with Tribbles,
Enterprise Incident.
Enterprise
That's
Incident.
season 3. That's season 3. Amok Time.
Amok Time.
That's the beginning of season 2. That's the first episode of season 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the world is hollow and I have touched the sky.
Spock's brain.
Jeff Franklin.
Spock's Brain really isn't that bad of an episode, I think.
I thought
It's not horrible.
Like basically the later half, the last half of season 1 and the beginning half of season 2 are like the best, considered the best of TOS in that era. And then
For me, the worst episode of TOS is Miri. I don't know.
Spock's Brain, dude.
No,
I'm going to go with Miri.
horrible.
I'm going to go with Miri on that. If I'm going to choose between Spock's Brain and Miri, I'm going to go with Miri.
Or maybe a lot of Taurus. I didn't like that.
It's either Miri or And the Children Shall Lead.
That was terrible.
Okay.
That was terrible. But Miri wasn't bad. It was just very flat as an episode.
It's very odd, very weird.
Well, and I think that You know, when you look at Star Trek, you know, you can go through TOS. We all know there's a lot of great gems. We all kind of admit that TNG season 1, season 2 took a little while to get their footing, but you know, around season 2, 3 is when they really did. Voyager took 3 years. Somehow, in my opinion, freaking DS9 just came out of the box season 1 and just hit everything.
Yeah, there's some hard hitters then in season 1. You got Progress, you got Duet, you got tons of good episodes.
You know what? I'm rewatching actually Voyager right now, and you can find there so many good episodes. But the problem with the storylines is that they have zero impact on whatsoever is happening in the next episode. So basically, I know it's a very often commented thing, but the show resets basically every single episode, and that's the biggest problem of Voyager, and that's why it comes over as shallow or how to say it,
pointless.
Not pointless. I wouldn't say pointless, but you know, when you look at especially like the double features, the only thing from let's say when they went to 1996. The only thing that stuck with the from that episode is the holo emitter for the Doctor, so the portable, yeah.
Yep, pretty much.
It's the only thing that was carried over from one episode to another.
That's because there was a plot convenience.
And it was a plot convenience because they needed to do something more with the Doctor. Yeah.
They had to make it more.
Robert Picardo really was, in my opinion, one of the best of the show.
He was definitely, definitely
like
the
said,
shining
Voyager
star.
Didn't have Voyager didn't have the hard hitters that DS9 had. I mean,
Not even close.
it's just everybody on DS9, especially even the supporting staff, the supporting actors, were all talented and actors that had a huge history behind them. I mean, most of them come from movies, and they went to DS9. Marco Limo, fucking Casey Biggs. I mean, all those guys were in movies, television for years.
Just take Louise Fletcher, Kai Wynn.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Oh yeah.
How could you not? How could
Nurse
you not?
Ratched.
Yeah.
How could you not love hating her?
I mean, they got Frank Langella. They got a bunch of people in DS9, and I mean, like I said, the actors were more proficient and more experienced than they were Voyager, and you can see that totally shows, And
when I finally figured out who was playing the Grand Negus Zek, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, dude. I mean, Wallace Shawn, dude. I mean, like,
yes.
I mean, all people. And this is the supporting staff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, Marco Limo for a long time wasn't even cast. He's just Gul Dukat, fucking, Andrew Robinson, Garrick. I mean, he was in fucking.
My absolute favorite character from DS9 is Garrick.
Yeah, he's probably my favorite character in Star Trek. Period.
My favorite is, I mean, I've even said it. My favorite episode is in the Pale Moonlight. Will be probably till the day I die at this point.
That's the best
and
episode.
it was one of Garrick, and it was one of Garrick's best scenes, especially when he's like, "You killed him." Yes, you did this just to plan. It wasn't quite that simple,
right?
But just the way he's talking to Captain Sisko, the chemistry between them just was great. And then then you have the episode where Nog loses his leg.
Yeah,
and I mean, they put there was so much weight behind that. And when I
a
saw,
lot of people also forget Nor Battle the Strong too, the episode where Jake and Bashir go down to the planet, and Jake is supposed to be writing about what's going on, and they're in the middle of a war, and that fucking dude dives right in front of Jake, and he starts freaking out because he understands that this shit is real. And people are fucking dying, and like the dude just died in his arms, basically. I mean, it was a strong episode for Jake.
And the guy also told Jake, "No, you don't get to do this.
Yeah, you don't
get to make him the reason why he ran."
Yeah,
that was a big
and he told
thing.
him some. Yeah, and he's like, sometimes things don't work. And he told the guy, when the guy's like, "I don't want to die with my face in the ground."
Mm-hmm.
So he's like, "What am I?" Jake's like, "No, I'm supposed to do this to say." It's like, "No, you don't get to put this on me." And when you get to the end of it, when his dad, when Cisco's looking, he goes, you know, a lot of people have felt what you felt, but not very many people would have the courage to write it down. And that is completely true. You have people who go to war and they go to combats and they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to come back and relive it. It's traumatic. And
Absolutely.
they just somehow I don't know how they did it in DS9. I could rewatch every single Star Trek, but just something about DS9, just the synergy is there. They
Well,
like
I mean,
everything from the ground, from
there's
Emissary on.
I guess a huge a disabled veteran who became paraplegic after a mine blast, basically lost his arms and legs, and he was fucking just feeling shitty. And he was a Star Trek fan, but he never really got around to watching DS9 the first time around. But he swears up and down that
And
DS9 got him through the hardest times in his life because it was just the feeling and dealing and coping and the realities of war and what it does and the toll and now he suggests it in DS9 to any veterans who are going through a rough time or are having trouble to cope, that he suggests and puts them on to DS9 immediately. And I can see it. There's a lot of truth in it, and that there's a lot more hard reality in DS9 than any other Star Trek. And
I think that's one of the reasons why once COVID hit, I went through and I started binge watching all Star Trek, and I started with TNG, and then I got to DS9, and I hadn't really watched DS9 in maybe 10 years. I'd watch an episode here or there. But, as a 40-year-old retired vet with my wife also now retired and things, it just was so much more relatable as a Star Trek. It was the most relatable Star Trek show to me, still is.
And a lot of people
Let me just break in for a quick sec.
Okay.
Just because Indie Tiger gave his $10 super chat earlier. Thank you again, Indie Tiger. The follow-up is Mulligan is his fake presidential candidate. He named him Mulligan after the golf do-over. Thank you.
Okay.
So.
And a lot of people even say that out of all of Star Trek, when people ask who was the strongest commander and who was most like a commander in the military, people say Cisco.
Yes.
Just for the intimidation of who was the most drill, I guess, drill-like sergeant of Star Trek, and they say Cisco. He was just the hardest and most realistic.
He was, because even in Emissary, and I always kind of point out, when Cisco's talking to Kira, and Kira's like, I didn't really like the idea of you being here, but she's paying him a compliment. He's like, remember that the next time you call the Admiral again, go over my head again, and I'll have yours on a platter. And it's just, he was very commanding. He's like, don't fuck with me.
Well, I mean, Picard had very good diplomatic skills. He was good at talking, but Cisco had presence.
Yes.
And that's what it brought to. I mean, he was intimidating. It's when you look at the dude, you're just like, that is the dude I do not want to piss off today. You know what I'm saying? That is the dude I do not want to bring the bad news to. I don't know.
I agree with you on the Cisco part, but to be fair, Picard has definitely been quite intimidating in some points. He's just more of a velvet glove, iron fist.
He's far more diplomatic.
Yes, he's a diplomat. Kirk was a soldier. Archer and Janeway were explorers.
Kirk was
Picard was a diplomat, and Cisco was just a badass soldier. He was battle hardened. I mean, Wolf 359 is probably, and I love how they started it out and showed us Wolf 359, because that's probably what really shaped his personality going forward in DS9.
Absolutely. That's some tragic shit right there. To watch your wife explode. You know what I'm saying? That's got to be some fucking crazy fucking shit, dude. It's got to do some insane shit to you.
Oh yeah, well, that was the other thing too, is if you think about it, he was the only captain to be married and have a child that he was actually close with, because we know Kirk had a child out of wedlock, but he
Well, I
wasn't
mean,
really close with David.
DS9 did family better than any track.
Yes.
Period.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely.
You got Ram and Nog. You got Dukat and Zial. You got fucking the O'Briens and their kids. You got, you know what I mean? Like, there's a huge, you got Cisco and Jake. There's a huge emphasis on family. And they do it right. They actually did it well, and you could tell that Cisco and Jake had the Explorer ship. Is that the Explorer ship? Yeah.
Yep, it's a solar sail ship. One of the best, probably the best father-son episode ever done in Star Trek.
Yeah, that's Explorers. Yeah,
yes.
This is also the episode where Julian and O'Brien get pissed drunk and start singing.
And we'll see Jerusalem.
Right?
John, the former peasant.
Queen, lay down my sword.
John, the former peasant, says, so Bird, you work for the only non-commie billionaire, huh? I will get into that in the bed life stream. But yes, basically.
Bird, I do need to drop off. I have to go to work, but thanks for bringing me up on the panel. And
thank you,
panel.
Thank you, Jeff Franklin, for being here.
Take care, Jeff.
Thank you, Chad.
Have a great day, Jeff.
Yeah, man.
I'll attempt to do that. Thank you, and all of you as well. Even you, future guy.
Thank you. See you around, Jeff. Bye.
Take care, all.
There is another thing they did pretty well in Deep Space Nine, though. Trauma.
Oh, yes.
Mainly with O'Brien.
I remember because all the actors were talented. They played it perfectly. I mean, even the small comedic banter in between the characters, between like Renee and fucking Armin, like fucking.
Oh God, that was some of the best.
I mean, just like their back and forth is classic and fucking phenomenal.
Well, and he goes, and they carried it all the way to the end, where Quark is like, "You're not even going to say goodbye." No, I'm not. And he goes, "I'm sorry." Quark goes, "Are you kidding me? He loves me."
Right? He loves
it's like
me.
they just had this strange respect for each other that, of course Odo's not going to show it. And he's going to do that because that's exactly what he would do, and Quark understands it and loves it.
They got the Ascent. I mean, the Ascent is the best episode with them both together, where they get stuck on the mountain. And Oh man, that fucking episode is phenomenal. And then
that's when he's human too.
Yeah, he's human.
Yes.
And he can't fly, and he gets his leg broken, and then fucking they're in the infirmary together at the end. And he's just like, fucking, he's like, Odo, or like, what's it? Like Quark, or like Odo's like, Quark. He's like, you there? He's like, yeah. He's like, I hate you. And then fucking Quark is like, oh yeah, I hate you too. And they both start laughing. Like,
well, remember what he told him, right? He's like, I'm not trying to save you. If you die, I'm gonna eat you.
Right. But it was perfect. I mean, that episode right there, just that was the bromance episode.
Yeah, we were just watching on Bird Stream the last Wednesday, the Way of the Warrior, which is my favorite. Which is my favorite Deep Space Nine episode.
Yeah, that's the phaser joke and the root beer joke as well.
You know what, the root beer joke between Garak and Quark, or when Odo and Garak were stopped on the promenade by the Klingons, and Garak says, "I don't think the constable has a mother."
Yeah,
it was such an hilarious joke.
There's so much greatness in that episode. In the episode where Odo goes to Quark because the Klingons are attacking, and Quark's like, "I'm not leaving. I'm going to defend my bar with this." And he's got a box in his hand. He's like, with a box. He's like, "No, this is the disruptor." When I was on the fucking, the Ferengi ship as the chef. He's like, "You told me you were the chef." He's like, "Yeah," and everyone was a critic. And he's like, Cleon's come to the door, and he opens up the box, and it's a note from Rom. He's like, "Dear Quark, I had to borrow parts to fix the replicator. We'll return them soon. Rom." He's like, "Yeah, I'll kill him. With what?"
And when you just go and listen to the dialogues, the writing is just perfect. Every single scene was written perfectly,
Oh,
acted
absolutely.
perfectly. You had so much humor in that episode. Just when Worf gets introduced to Kira and Dex.
Nice.
Dax got him to blush.
Dex got him to blush, exactly, and they don't translate the Klingon that she said to him, and because
he's
it would,
like, yes. What did you say? Oh, it loses in the translation.
Yeah.
It's like, what did she say to get him to stop dead in his tracks?
Oh, you'd be surprised at what you can learn doing alterations.
That's another thing Deep Space Nine did pretty well. They actually improved on what came before. Show me another Star Trek series where they took a character from the last series and improved on him. Two of them.
No, because when you look at Worf on TNG, and I mean the series, not necessarily the TV movies, but the TV show, Worf was the joke, especially in the early seasons when he was the dumb guy on the bridge who wanted to shoot the view screen.
Everything.
Yeah, and
he
he was
tossed around like a rag doll by anything that attacked.
Yeah, exactly.
The first one to go and get tossed.
And he was beaten up all the time by everybody, basically, except few moments in the later episodes.
Frame of mind.
And here,
frame of mind is where he gets him and Data go down to save Riker because Riker's attached to the machine by the Romulans, and he's all fucked up in the head. And he's trying to like go back to the Romulans because he doesn't think Data and Worf are there to save him. But that's like one of the only episodes where Worf takes out a dude in the hall, and of course Data takes the dude out. But I was like, Worf, yes, Worf beats someone.
Yeah, finally. And here in Way of the Warrior, immediately first episode, Worf appears. He beats a bunch of Klingons in quarks.
Yeah, I mean, just totally fucks them up,
and Cisco accepts what he says, unlike Picard, who would always ignore him or say, no. Cisco accepted
the funny
his
thing,
suggestions.
like TNG, it's like you go like the older episodes of Worf. It'd be like he'll be sitting there and it'll be like, Captain, we're getting a ship is coming into range. It's Klingon, and then they would turn around and pan the camera directly on Worf. Like it's just like comical, just like pan it to Worf, and he'd give like this weird look. It's Klingon. I mean, I don't know. I just always anytime a Klingon episode came up with Worf on the bridge, they're like, it's Klingon. We're gonna hard pan to Worf.
Now that I'll tell you one of the best Worf episode I can ever think of, and I cannot think of the title of it, is when we actually get introduced to the real Martok, and they're in that Jem'Hadar prison, and Worf is
that one.
And Worf is like, I'm gonna die, but I will not yield. And even Martok's like, honor's been satisfied. He's like, I will not yield. And then the Jem'Hadar first, he's like, I cannot defeat this man. I can only kill him.
That's in
and that no longer holds my interest.
Yeah, in Purgatory, I was like, this guy, has honor, something little about.
Then the border has them both killed. Well, he says, kill them both.
But
of course, they shoot the Jem'Hadar, but then just the time they just happen to beam up.
Yeah, that's the middle part. I think that's part of a 3-parter.
Yeah, I think that was part of a 3-parter. But it's just, that's when we find out Bashir's been kidnapped, and he's he's been a prisoner.
He's on the fucking planet with him. Yeah, I mean, they did it great. You know what I'm saying? Because you never thought.
And they put him in the right uniform.
And if you look at the episodes of Bashir before that, he does kind of act strange a little bit.
Yes.
They did it well. And that's the writing was just so fucking phenomenal.
Yeah, I don't know how and that's when I tried to watch Voyager, and I was watching the first few seasons I was going through. I was like, you're talking about a massive drop off in quality. And just when you look at how Voyager's first 3 seasons compared to the first 3 seasons of DS9, DS9 just came out of the box swinging.
Well, I mean, like TOS, Voyager and Enterprise are all the same show, basically.
Yeah, basically. DS9 was just different, and it just had something. And I think you're right about this too. you know, a lot of these actors we had, they were now, you know, a lot of these people were very talented
Well, I mean, if you
previous
look at
actors.
if you look at Voyager's crew, you had Kate Mulgrew. She was in a couple movies before, being Captain Janeway. She had a good TV career. She was Columbo's wife. Robert Picardo, probably the only other one that was really
Duncan
good.
McNeil.
Yeah,
Robert Duncan McNeil too.
yeah. Well, yeah, he was still like kind of relatively unknown at that point. I mean, he had that spot in the TNGs as Nicholas Locarno. He did a couple commercials and shit, but he wasn't like an experienced actor of like years, like Rene Auberjonois or Armin
Oh,
Shimmer.
yeah.
Yeah, he was not even near the level. Even Garrett Wang wasn't near the level of that. I mean, you had Kate Mulgrew, Tim Russ, and basically Bob Picardo and Ethan Phillips. Ethan Phillips was in a lot of stuff, but I know a lot of people don't even like Neelix or
Welcome, Admiral of Doom.
But I mean, like, it's just, I mean, DS9 just had a much more experienced and fleshed out pool of talent and actors. I mean, experienced actors. I mean, every one of those people.
And the writing was just there. The writing, the directing, the producing, it just 7 seasons of just pure gold, in my opinion. I mean, were there some bad episodes? Sure.
Yeah, the best is when Ira gave the thing that he said they're going to do another part of the documentary. They're going to do just the writer's room. So it's going to be like hours. They're going to condense like 8 hours into like 3 hours of the writer's room to see what the idea is and how it's done. But it should be interesting as hell because, I mean, like all those guys, minus I think Hans Beimler is dead now, are, some of the most awesome writers we've ever had in Trek. And they all went on to do great things. I mean, Battlestar Galactica, Dark
Yeah,
Age.
I was about to say Ronald Moore. Oh my God.
I mean, he went to
that
do
guy
that.
gave us Battlestar Galactica for fuck's sake.
Yeah, and then Renee gave us Dark Angel.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of them that spawned off. 400 was done by Hans and Robert Hewitt Wolf. Robert Hewitt Wolf went to Andromeda, and then he eventually went to Elementary. But I mean, like all those people have spawned off and done their, amazing, besides DS9, and you'd be hard pressed to get another writer's room just like that. You know what I'm saying? That was probably one of the most, if not the most legendary writer's room in all of sci-fi. And it's just so many good ideas, so much good talent. And sadly, we'd be lucky to ever have a room like that again. I mean,
well,
good
you
morning,
had
Robert Green, and good morning to the Admiral who joined us on the panel.
Admiral.
Well, also, one of the things they did that they never did in any other Star Trek and still haven't done is we got, I mean, take Garrick, take Rom, Nog, the Negus. They made us love these guest characters, these characters that weren't even regulars. I mean, yeah, I know a lot of people love Garrick. Garrick is fantastic. I mean, Garrick has one of the best lines. Garrick has one of the best lines ever when he's hearing the boy who cried wolf and he says, "No, that's not the answer. The thing is, you don't say this."
The lawnmower.
Yeah.
It's
But,
like
yeah, I mean,
you don't say the same
yeah.
lie more than once.
Yeah, they're
And
bringing the
Garrick is
lawnmower
best
to cut the
character in
grass.
Star Trek, I think, and the reason why is
The
because
grass by the street, anyway.
there's no other character on Star Trek like Garrick, and
No.
and the other. I mean, like he's very unique to Star Trek as a whole, and that's why he's my favorite character in Trek. Period. Just because you can look to Voyager, you can look to TOS. There was nothing ever like Garrick, and even written as well as Garrick. I mean, because he kept you in the shadows most of the time, but he would they wrote him so well, and Andrew Robinson just fucking flew with it, and like I said, he's the best character in Trek, period, hands down. You got your hero captains and stuff like that, but I mean, like no other supporting staff character, and DS9 actually with the supporting staff, the supporting staff was just important to the story as the main characters were. I mean, you wouldn't have had in a Pale Moon Light without Garrick. You wouldn't have had, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's just he was more important to the story than the actual fucking captain, and DS9 excelled at that. And then, Louise Fletcher and everybody else that they got. So, I mean, they got so many fucking good actors. It's ridiculous the amount. And then, well, I mean, what did we got? The Rock came on Voyager, great. We got The Rock and Jason Alexander, those two. Thank God.
Kapla, not Ryan Johnson.
Not Ryan
He's
Johnson.
been listening since 6:30 this morning. His first chance to
Tanner's
say
good.
hello.
I mean, Jeffrey Combs is just phenomenal. Period. Everything. He is.
Oh yeah. Oh God. Jeffrey Combs. Yeah, I'm gonna say Shran is probably my favorite of his characters, but I've got to be honest. If I'm gonna go between DS9, I've got to go with either. I'd say Wei Yun, but I got to be honest. Brunt. FCA.
Yeah, and it's funny because he plays them all in the same episode too, which is kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To fucking jump from one character to another in the fucking same episode.
Kapla, Saul Leibowitz.
And that was funny because when Wei Yun first died, they were all sad. Like the writers' room was completely sad, and they're like, "Man, we just fucking killed off." And they wanted to work with Jeffrey, and they wanted to write more stuff for him. So they brought up the cloning thing. They made the cloning thing just so they could keep Jeff in the show and fucking continue writing. He's like, "Well, we can clone him." Oh yeah, that's a great idea. So they all jumped on it. Like so, I mean, that's why the Horda or the Vorta clone is because Jeffrey Combs.
Kapla Elihu, and just to give everybody heads up, this is a 15-minute warning. I'll be ending the stream at 9 a.m.
Yeah, I got
Eastern.
So I mean, I'll be out.
So, you got anything to say, and you haven't? Now's the time.
I was
to
like,
say
you're
it.
going to do a 24-hour stream for me.
Just jump in and be rude. Say what you got to say.
Yeah, rock solid. Also, Michael Dorn was also in Night Court. But not
Michael Dorn was on Night Court? I
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
remember
Michael
that.
Dorn was in Night Court for a while.
I know Brent Spiner was.
Yeah, Brent Spiner.
I knew about Brent Spiner.
I think Bob Picardo was in an episode. But the Michael Jordan was like before he got into the Worf thing, he was like kind of like one of the security guards in the court or for a while.
Oh, was he? Yeah, I'd have to rewatch. I will say this: Michael Dorn's character of Worf really shined in DS9. I mean,
absolutely.
Just compared to what he did on TNG. I mean, he got better as TNG went on, but his character just went through the roof in DS9, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean it's phenomenal. I mean, but it's like Worf has been in more Star Trek episodes than any other character. Worf is number one. He is the most casted Star Trek character. Period. O'Brien.
Nana Visitor played the Russian in the holodeck episode too. Arman Bashir. She must be good at the Russian.
Yeah, I just seen her. The funny thing is, I just seen her on an episode of MacGyver too, all young and stupid.
Oh God!
In the 80s, yeah, you're right. She was there.
Yeah, she had like this curly ass hair, that's like curly ass 80s hair. I was like, is that Nana Visitor? I was like, oh shit, that is Nana Visitor. Fucking with MacGyver.
Arabic Sandra Kapla says TGIF. I'm thinking of getting away. Do you think hotels are safe?
About as safe as they've always been.
I don't think they're terrible, but I would guess. I mean, I don't know if I'd go to a New York City hotel, but a hotel out in the middle of nowhere, sure.
Elihu. Michael Dorn played Colonel Worf in Star Trek 6, not 5.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's the most casted.
But I know what he's talking about.
But I mean, if you put it in perspective, every captain of every series was in every episode of their series. Even if it was just for a second, they were in the episode. Michael Dorn beats them all.
Yeah.
Yeah, the actual who was in every episode. But Michael Dorn's up there. He's like at 242 episodes or something. He's ridiculous up there. And O'Brien's right behind him. So it's Michael O'Brien, and I forgot who number 3 is.
You know,
Aaron Eisenberg.
Aaron Eisenberg.
Number 3?
No, it can't be.
No, I'm sorry.
No.
No, it has to be main cast member.
Yeah. Shit, I used to know it. I remember seeing Nana Visitor in an episode of In the Heat of the Night.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't it be Jonathan Frakes?
Yeah, I was going to say it'd probably be Riker or Troy, because Troy was in a few Voyager episodes.
Maybe
without Riker.
Yeah, I mean, Troy might be it because she was in tons of episodes.
Troy.
And they were as well in Enterprise, remember?
Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Quark was in every 24th century series, too.
Well, remember he was our first Ferengi.
He was in TNG. He played in TNG.
Yeah, he was one of our first Ferengis.
He was in Voyager, TNG, and DS9.
He was in Voyager? No,
Yep.
At the start. When they
at the beginning, that's
first
right.
episode.
Yeah, very beginning.
Trying to
And
sell
then
Harry
he,
Kim something.
Riker asks him about the Klingon sisters, the Duras sisters.
Yeah.
And then Quark was just like, "Can I erase the debt that you owe?" Or something like he owes, like fucking Riker won like all this money at Tango or something.
Yeah, he had IOUs from Dabo table or something.
Yeah, the voucher thing, because Rom, he said, "Oh, my brother Rom, he moved the." Just like, of course, you're gonna blame it on Rom.
And which of the actors that played on DS9 the Ferengis were on Enterprise?
It was Ethan Phillips, so Neelix played one of them.
Jeffrey Combs was in it too.
Yeah, it was
Jeffrey Combs was in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
it
knew
was
that there
Jeffrey
were some
Combs,
characters.
Ethan
Yeah.
Phillips,
and
some unknown guy, and one other person I'm not thinking of.
And the one of the Ferengi in the Enterprise episode also was in a TOS episode. Clint Howard.
Yeah,
was it Cliff Howard? Yeah, Cliff Howard might be the other one.
Or
First the track,
Ferengi, who were in the Voyager episode where they went to the planet on the other side of the Delta Quadrant wormhole. Was those the same Ferengi that were in the TNG episode?
Yes, they're supposed to be.
Actors?
They were supposed to be.
Yeah, that's a continuation, the Voyager episode of that.
And then there was also another Voyager episode where Ferengi stole the Doctor.
So okay, Jeffrey Combs is Krem, Clint Howard is Muck, Matt Malloy, that's the one I'm missing, is Grish, and Ethan Phillips is Ulyss. So basically Jeff, Clint, and Ethan were the episode. The episode's called Acquisition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Clint Howard's in fucking a lot of Star Trek, dude. I mean, like he was Baylock, fucking the kid.
Yeah.
You know? And what was that, the Corbinite maneuver, I think?
Yep.
Corbinite maneuver, yes.
But then he played he smoked crack with Tilly on Kronos.
I try to block that one out.
I try to block Discovery at period.
Right? You know, it's like, and you know, like how they were trying to push the thing, like the power of math, people. It's like this is coming from the girl who was smoking crack with Clint Howard and Kronos.
So I noticed something in TNG the other day. The episode where the woman comes out of that like egg that she was being
the perfect mate.
sent. Yeah, I guess so. Right, and she the Ferengi was trying to steal her and knocked her over, and the egg opened and she came out. And Picard's pissed that they were transporting a sentient being, and she has spots like a Trill does in DS9. Did they just swap species?
They stole
well,
it.
I mean, the reason why Trills have spots at DS9 was because of Terry Farrell. They just didn't want any, prosthetics on her, but she
but I always thought the spots were unique to DS9, but it looked like this lady had the same spots as a DS9 Trill.
She was a different though. But
remember, even the
I know she wasn't supposed to be a Trill. I'm just saying.
Bert, even the character, the character of what was her name? The Cisco fell in love with her.
Oh, that fucking
the ghost one. You know the projection.
Oh yeah.
She had as well spots.
Tifa,
she wasn't a Trill.
Tila.
Sally Richardson Whitfield played her. Yeah, that's her name. Yeah, she was then on Eureka, which is my other favorite TV show.
Oh, I love Eureka. I love. Shit, she was it. That really was her in Star Trek: The Next Generation. Son of a bitch. How do you say her name? Frank A. Jensen or something?
Famke Jensen.
God,
Famke
that really was
Jensen.
her.
Famke
Yeah.
Jensen. Yeah, that was a big episode because she was in it, and she's an actress. You know, I mean,
Yeah, I know. I just
episode got huge because of that.
Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. Yeah, if you see her spots.
oh my goodness, yeah. I had no idea that was her.
Well, I don't know who this is. I'm just showing the perfect mate.
Frankie Jensen. She was in the X-Men movies.
Yeah,
she
she
was Jean Grey in
played.
the
She
X-Men
played. Yeah, Jean Grey, exactly.
She was also in Hemlock Grove. She was in a few. She was in a season of Nip Tuck. I remember.
Fenna
I mean, she's
was her
been
name.
she's been around. a
Fenna,
while.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Second Sight was the episode. Fenna, why you do this to me, Fenna?
And I had to laugh hard because Fenna in Slovak is literally bitch.
Are you serious?
I have a female dog. Yeah.
Wow.
I'll file that away for later usage.
Fenna.
Yo,
But
Admiral,
that'd
you
be
gonna
good.
talk or you just gonna look pretty?
Yeah, I was looking up something. Sorry about that. We were talking about the cast of Voyager. The character, the actress that played B'Elanna Torres.
Roxanne Dawson.
Yeah, well, in the first season, maybe the first 2 seasons, her last name was Dawson Biggs.
Yeah, she was married to the guy who played
Yeah.
Lamar.
Yeah.
So I thought it was, thought that was rather interesting.
Go look up Alexander Siddig's full name.
I know that's.
Don't try.
Could you imagine putting that on a fucking buying a house or something? You know what I mean?
Well, that's why he changed his
He's got,
name.
Just sign your name right here. You sure? Yes, right here.
It was even in the first seasons he went with Siddig Al Fadil, if I'm correct.
Yeah. Al Fadil,
And then he changed his name. I'm not sure if only if it was legal change or
I think it was only with these
it was for the movie. Well, I mean, it was season 5 that he changed his name. I think that he said when he in the interview. If I remember.
Well, he said that after all these years, people still couldn't say his name, so they couldn't pronounce his name, so he changed it to Alexander Sidney.
But his name is unreal, 17 names.
Yes.
Let's try it. Siddiq El Tahir El Fadil El Siddiq Mudaharaban Mohammed Ahmed Abdul Karim El Mahidi.
Yeah, there you go.
Try finding that on a coffee mug.
Try saying that 3 times fast.
Is he still married to? Is he still married to Nina Visitor?
No, they
divorced
years ago.
2001.
Marcus, the first 2 hours of this stream were all about Trump
but
and COVID.
they have one kid together, Django.
Oh, they did get divorced back in 2001. Jeez.
Django was born in DS9. That was O'Brien's baby. And it's funny because there's an episode where they're going back and forth in the med bay, and when Kira's pregnant, and you can tell that they're, they absolutely are in love with each other. You know what I'm saying? But they're trying to play it off like they're not. But I mean, it's his baby. That's kind of ironic that it's his baby that Kira's carrying. I mean, it was a good part. I forgot what episode it was.
But I know which one. Fun about that, because I remember them doing a scene where Kira and Bashir were there, and she says, "This is your fault."
Yeah, your fault. That's the scene. She's like, "It's all your fault."
Rock Solid does bring up that Michelle Barrett was in TOS, TNG, DS9, and Voyager.
Yes,
she was.
She's
in Voyager.
She's
computer voice.
Yes.
Computer voice in Voyager. She actually appeared in TOS, TNG, and DS9.
Oh, I loved her in DS. I loved her character in DS9 when she was with Odo. That was just some of the best writing
Well, I mean,
right there.
thank God they fucking did something with her. God, in TNG, she was fucking annoying as
Yeah.
fuck.
I agree.
Oh, but those
Yeah.
aliens that tried to suck the life out of Harry, they were all women. Would have been, would have been
I
the
don't
worst
know.
way to go.
Harry was pretty wooden as a character.
Bradley Briggs just noticed something about this live stream. When Anti-Trekker isn't here, y'all argue a lot less.
We are not arguing, actually. Not
Yeah,
at all.
Roxelle, Ashley Judd. She was another one.
Yeah.
If you like, we could all start swearing at each other.
No,
And
we're
we had
just
as well
about fans.
Olivia Dabo in TNG. True Q.
Elihu, who says Anti-Trekker, can't pronounce his name. It's true.
Okay.
And yeah.
I think
guys,
this is funny. I just looked at Nina Visitor's husband. She's 63 years old. He's 49, so I'm calling her a cradle robber.
For real, though.
Yeah, he must have been a fan at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Rick Berman fucking poached him from Lawrence of Arabia, like a TV movie, because he played it was a sequel, Lawrence of Arabia something, and Rick Berman seen it and instantly wanted him. Like as soon as he seen the performance, he's like, "We need this kid." He was supposed to play Cisco at first.
Who are you talking about?
Alexander Siddig.
I cannot see him as Cisco.
No, neither do I. It would be a completely different Cisco.
But guys, I got to get going here. So let's do
Oh yeah, that's what we're
Let's
doing.
let's reconvene at 5 p.m.
Yeah, we'll be reconvening at about 5 p.m. Eastern for Bed Life.
Oh yeah.
But
I'll be
until
asleep,
then,
I think.
Yeah, I'll be
no,
asleep.
that's fine. Obviously, people are going to be asleep. I don't expect everybody who's here to come back. We'll have new people. We'll have different people. But Ensign Ricky, anything you'd like to say before we go?
No, I'm good. Just working on some new shit here. So I mean, hopefully, have some more videos coming out here, setting it all up.
Okay, cool. NB Geek.
I got Cork's Bar tomorrow to talk Lower Decks, and then Saturday is a Marvel 10 Forward Marvel episode. I just got to remember which one it is. But other than that, that's what I got going on. And then just whenever I show up and see you guys on, I just pop in to make your lives miserable, especially the admirals.
Speaking of the Admiral, would you like to say anything before we go?
Yeah, apparently our new history video dropped on History with R&R, and I invite you all to join me for the Short Attention Span Theater at 1 o'clock Monday morning Eastern.
1 a.m.?
Yeah. I know you'll be in it at the end. You always are. But, we go from 1 a.m.
Oh, okay. 1 a.m. start. You're right. You go all the way through. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Very cool.
So, you hear a lot of snoring around 3:30, 4 o'clock, but hey, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
That would be Jedi Bill.
No, that would be Admiral Doom.
The Fed Doc, his first time on a stream. Thank you so much for making it my stream, The Fed Doc, and thank you for your many generous donations. Is there anything you'd like to say before you go?
Nah, I got nothing. Just thanks for having me.
You are always welcome back. And Joseph Petrick.
Yes.
The man with the least offensive content on YouTube.
Exactly. Thank you very much for having me, and definitely see you at 5. And thank you for having me. It wasn't supposed to be a threat. It was information.
Don't threaten him with a good time.
I don't know what. Well, you're always welcome, Joseph.
Yeah, thank you very much. And take care, chat. Take care, guys.
Okay, guys. Kappa all.
Bedtime. I'll see
Bird
you guys later.
out.
Get it under your ear. It'll fit.
Take care, all.
So Frey's attacking me with a back scratcher.
Bring Bart back.